She likes
happy
it in
to
DC.
happy to make it.
So
Oh, look, we have
I can't do the Atlanta traffic.
one that's like,
Okay, looks like we're getting started here. Thank you everyone for coming to day 2 here. It's all panels today. You all came to the right building. So thanks for being here. Our first panel today is for the love of short form. This is something that is very important to me, and I'm happy to be talking about it today. Why don't we get started? We can go down the row here. Everybody can introduce yourselves and give us a brief description of your work.
Hi, I'm Cameron. I'm originally from Houston, Texas, but I came up here to attend MCAD and I never left, so I'm still here. A lot of my work deals with fantasy, horror, or LGBTQ subjects, and I like to work on a lot of anthologies. Recently, I did a short comic about my journey with my top surgery. So that's something I enjoy doing. And recently, I became a DC Comics Milestone Initiative artist. So that's also exciting.
Very cool.
So yeah, that's me.
I'm Pat Rooks. I'm from outside of Atlanta. I'm a self-taught cartoonist. I've been making comics for like 7 years or so. I make a lot of like mini comics that I sort of print and assemble myself. The comic I'm making right now is called Pistopia. It's kind of like a humor genre comic set in a dystopian future. And I love comics.
I'm scooting up to the mic. I'm Caroline Cash. I am a cartoonist. I live in Chicago. My first graphic novel is out with Silver Sprocket. It's called Girl in the World, and I am currently also working on something called Pee Pee Poo Poo. So it's like a similar pee vibe.
For sure.
But it's more of like a one-person anthology series rather than a science fiction comic. But yeah, and I work at Quimby's bookstore, so I see a lot of mini comics and self-published stuff.
I'm Jim Keefe, cartoonist, graduate of the Joe Kubert School. Right now I'm doing the Sally Forth strip, which is written by Francesco Marciuliano. And I used to write the Flash Gordon strip. The zines I've done used to go to Mocha a lot when it first started out in the Puck building. And I'd just be like, that was the best way to represent my own stuff apart from the mainstream stuff. So and as far as short stories, comic strips are very attuned to that because of you have to keep them short because as far as reaching that reader and not losing them.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Well, I think start with another kind of broad one here. I had it written down as how did you end up making zines, but kind of what I'm wondering is, as you're starting comics and you're getting into comics, did you picture yourself as like more of a graphic novelist, or did you kind of like find your way to zines, or how do we end up here? You know, and just go in whatever order when you got something to say.
Yeah, I never really thought about it. Like, long story, in middle school, I was like back and forth making comics with my friend Courtney about Death Note. But but yeah, and I didn't really think about it that much. I'm like, oh wow, this is a zine. But then going to college, I like learned more about the history and like got better at making them. I guess it kind of came to me, I guess, because I started getting into or joining a lot of anthologies with a lot of great artists and writers just like writing short stories, and like they're short but like able to be like very impactful on someone. So I think I just loved that format a lot and just kept with it. So I think that's how I got into it.
Okay, after this, I have to show you a photo on my phone of me cosplaying as Elle when I was like
Please.
12.
I see the L tattoo.
Oh yeah, I straight up
I
have
see.
a Death Note tattoo. And I really want to see your 8th grade comics because I bet they're awesome. I got into making comics kind of by accident because I was very obsessed with comics as a kid, and I would read the newspaper comics every day, and I made a bunch of comics as a kid. And then I went to art school, and I was like convinced that by just everyone that like fine art was the only way to go. And then I didn't start making comics like as a person making comics to make comics, not just being 10 years old when I was like 19. And I live in Chicago, and there's just such a comic scene there that it just kind of happened naturally. Like that, it's like, oh, I made this comic. Oh, you can print it on the printer and give it away to someone. So it just kind of.
That sounds like it was maybe like the kind of zine culture was there for you already.
Totally.
Maybe similar to you, Pat?
For me, it was like definitely a way to teach myself. Like that was the main reason I got into zines, because I didn't have like a formal art education, and I knew that my drawing wasn't like good enough to like actually like pay to have stuff printed. So it just made the most sense for me to like draw as many comics as possible and make them like as cheaply as possible. And then I also just kind of like fell in love with the process of printing stuff on my home printer and like assembling. I get a lot of like satisfaction out of that.
Yeah. And then Jim, actually didn't know that you had really done many zines. I associate you so much with the newspaper strip format.
Oh, yeah.
So if you'd like to talk about both, that would be great.
Well, I mentioned as far as going to Mocha, especially when it was first starting out and at the Puck Building. Once again, it was a way to, I was known at the time then for Flash Gordon, so I had some name recognition, but zines were a way to do just more personal work, or I have been researching my dad's time in the Army. He was in World War II, part of Patton's Third, and I would just drop stories or illustrations as such, as far as regarding that, and stuff that it just wasn't as mainstream. And I'd like to touch on also making comics as kids, because oh my God, that just rings so true. When I was young, it was just like you take lined paper and just make comics and just staple them together, and you'd have a comic book. And I remember bringing them to school, and it's like, oh yeah, I made a comic book. And it was so mind blowing to other kids; they wouldn't even consider that. And I know, growing up, I was into comic books, but then at some point it's like, okay, you have to grow up now. You're not, you have to move on to other literature and such. And that kind of went away until I just dived in real big, went to the Kubert School. And once again, all the students there, it's like that same mindset. Oh my God, as a kid, yeah, I'd make my own comics. It just came so naturally, and it's kind of like weeded out of you. Like, oh no, it's professional. You got to do it this way. And so zines are just a great way. It just comes back to that. It's like, yeah, this is my expression. This is my voice. And they're so personal, which is just so great about them.
Right. Yeah. And it's what you're saying kind of reminds me of like the Linda Berry idea about kind of being like taught to not draw at all as we get older. But it's sort of a similar thing with like comics at all, not just drawing, but then drawing comics too. We're kind of, it reminds me of that idea, which I hadn't really thought about before. So we touched on this a little bit already, but do you feel like working in shorter stories for you is a practical choice or a narrative choice, or sometimes you just want to get something done and get it out, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it can be all.
Yeah, right.
It can be all, honestly. With a recent zine I worked on, a lot of people were like, "Oh, you can make this like longer," but I'm like, I don't want it to be. I want it to be like short and sweet, and people can flip through and like still get it. And I like being able to have like a short like beginning, middle, end. So. And it's better for me to plan, you don't have to think too much of a timeline with it. yeah, I mean, you still have to think about timeline and stuff, but I think, yeah, I think it's better for me in a short form way,
Mm-hmm.
so I can put more thought into it, more, this is how I'm gonna approach it.
Sure.
So
So like the further into like my like career, I guess, I get, the more dense I want the work to be. Like I like a lot of panels on a page. So I think that's like a big reason why I've stayed short right now, because it's like doing really dense work. I think it's harder to do something really long with that. And a lot of the work I like that is really dense is shorter or serialized.
Mm-hmm.
So I like it for that reason. But then also, like, on a learning basis, it's like limitations help so much. Sometimes just being like, well, and like printing stuff, you're constantly like, okay, well, it has to be like multiples of 4. Like, I'm always thinking like, okay, how do I print this? Like, I have to like fill up, it's got to be this many pages. So sometimes that will dictate length. It's like, oh, this has to be 2 pages more, or I guess I could put like a pin up in it or something. But like that often um, is why I make that decision.
I really enjoy working on like shorter comics and like collecting them and stuff, because part of my process, I feel like I'm always, when I make comics that I like, it's always when I'm making more than one at the same time. I really like to work on like 2 or 3 things at once. It really helps me give like breathing room to writing the other ones, if that makes sense. Because it's like, if I work on one thing and then I put it down and then I work on the next thing, it gives me enough time to think about the first thing that I was working on. So working in shorter form, like I'm doing right now with my new anthology series, it's really getting me through a lot of writer's block. That's really nice. And I want to keep it up and keep working on this shorter form comic anthology series while I slowly put together hopefully a longer graphic novel as well. Because then I'm hoping that it gives me like that kind of like breath of fresh air to keep it going, so that way I can make something longer. Yeah, I don't know.
I really like what you said about the dictates of the form, especially making a zine, where those multiples of 4, like 4, which you have to do for printing. And I think a lot of people don't consider that when going into comics, that you're so dictated with whatever the format of what you're doing is. For a comic strip, especially when I was doing the Flash Gordon strip, it was a Sunday page. So if you do a 12-page story, that's 3 months because it's coming out once every Sunday. So you have to have this clarity you have to grab the reader, and that page, you really have to pull them into the story because it's going to take another week until they read the next page. And I feel with especially zines too, you have, 4, 8, 12, whatever your story size is, you really have to grab the reader. Like you have to get to the meat of the story. You can't kind of go off into it's superfluous. You just have to have that clarity, which I think is one of the dictates of a short story.
Yeah, which kind of leads into the next thing I wanted to talk about is where do you think your work is stronger in working in a shorter story?
Wait, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, and I guess the way that I had it written is in what ways does working in short form make your work stronger?
Well, and I'm just the clarity. I'm
Right.
just going to echo what I
Yeah.
just said as far as you really have to get to the meat of the story. You can't
Yeah,
just start
I
going off in other
I like that a
directions.
lot. It's something that I'm kind of always thinking about, but didn't really, I guess, consider in those terms. We can jump over this one too. I think we kind of
Well,
touched on it a lot in the
something
last
did come
one.
to mind for me
Yeah.
where it was like something that I found like really, like I didn't realize this. I realized this like in retrospect, but like I did 3 zines of the new comic I'm working on, and I think like because like a lot of the work I make is really like character based. Like I realized like over the course of those 3 zines, I really was able to, like, by just doing short stories with the characters, like, figure out the characters, tighten up the designs. So, like, everything just kind of, like, clarified. And doing it through zines gave me, like, the, like, looseness to, like, just kind of, like, figure it out. And I think there's, like, that expectation in zines where it's like, when you get a zine, like, you don't expect the same thing. It can kind of be, like, yeah, this fluid
A
thing.
little more organic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you think that there's things that work in a short story that you wouldn't be able to do long form? You're maybe kind of touching on that as well. And then flip side, what have you run into, like, ideas or things that you're working on that, it's just not going to work in the amount of space that you have, or you might need a different format to make this idea happen?
I think it gives me time to like really focus on the story, as well as like really figure out if I want to experiment or not.
Mhm.
Because sometimes with a long story form, you can't like experiment as much. Like you did one part that was different, and you kind of do something else in a different part. But with like a zine, you can like all see it kind of laid out in a short form and be like, okay, well, I want to experiment with this and keep doing this, as well as like really focus on like beginning, middle, and end of your story, and really touch up on that. So I think that's something interesting you do. And also, like from what I've seen, a lot of people like a story just hits them out of nowhere, and they're
Mhm.
like, "Oh well, I want to make a quick comic about this, like something that happened to me today, or something that like recently happened to them." I see it like all the time online. People have like a recent experience, and they don't have to put it in a graphic novel, but they just want to make a quick comic about it and do that really successfully,
Right.
and doing like this short thing that like happened to them and like making it and posting about it.
Mm-hmm.
Graphic novels do take a really long time to make.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
really nice to be able to make a comic and print it and have it be done.
So then if you're talking about doing some of the shorter stuff for your anthology while also working on a longer one, where are you making the distinction on what's going to work better for your short story versus where you want to fit things into more of a graphic novel length story?
I am definitely still figuring it out, but I think I'm really trying to develop certain characters for the graphic novel that I
Mhm.
kind of have been, kind of slowly storyboarding out a little bit. And then the stuff that I don't feel like fits into that, I can always throw into the anthology, which is really perfect for
Sure.
like, it's like, oh, this joke is funny, but it would not work in this book. So I'll put it in my comic.
Sure.
It's like kind of a nice thing, because then no material really goes to waste.
Yeah. Nice.
But
Yeah, and I think long story, if I want to do character development, like really get into character development, that's better for a long story. That's what I love about manga. Like you
Mhm.
really have these huge, expansive stories where you can get character development. Like it just sucks you into the story in that sense. Where a short story is more about that, like just hitting them with that main point, that main theme. But longer story I love just because of jumping into the character development.
Yeah, it's maybe the short story is maybe better for like your single strong idea and just firing away on that one. Yeah. So then I think everyone on the panel has worked in serialized comics. Do you consider a serialized comic short story telling, even though, you're having to put it out kind of in chunks, even though you are working on a longer narrative?
wait, do we consider it what?
Do you consider that like short story storytelling as you're working on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just leaning on those narrative beats, huh?
So the one serialized thing that I did, it was called Celery Stalks, and it was like this like horror serialized comic, And I think because I do like short form stuff so much, I really tried to, even though it's like a continued story, I would really, really try and make each one stand alone. Like
Mm-hmm.
where if you've just found it, you could read it and enjoy it. And because of that, like the kind of like the style of it would change, the like main character would change like from time to time. So sometimes like it isn't like in like modern comics nowadays, like you have that like 6 issue arc that feels very like it's meant to be like put into like a trade paperback. So I
Right.
think it just kind of can depend sometimes on what.
Yeah, sure. So what like special considerations then do you need to make as you're keeping that single issue in mind as well as doing that longer story?
For me, it was just that I like don't like to plan anything, so I would only have my idea for the one issue, and then I would just have like general ideas of where the story was going to go, but nothing concrete. So then it
Sure.
would just be like, oh, how do I make this issue interesting to me,
Right.
and
So
then worry about the next one later.
you're doing, because you collected that and it had, it was over 100 pages, is that right?
About, yeah.
Yeah, so you're doing more of like a novella, I guess, type
Right.
length, but you're really approaching it with that more organic kind of short story idea that we were talking about earlier.
Totally.
Is this something you run into, Jim? You have, because Sally Forth right now is daily, is that correct?
It's dailies and Sundays.
Sure. And then
But
are you doing stories that go throughout the week, every day?
We have story arcs because, and then we draw, and once again, Francesco Marsciuliano, he's the writer. I will give story ideas, but he's the writer of the strip. He will have story arcs and then draw the humor out of that. So, but as far as serialization, I think of when you were saying people writing to the graphic novel. Like it seems like a lot of comics right now are, you read the single issue and it's very much like, oh, this is going to be the graphic novel. Like this isn't. And what was really like, okay, Generation X here as far as my point of view. Like I grew up on comics where, like, say you're reading Spider-Man, you have a single issue which is a complete story, but it's serialized. It go, it's
Right.
issue after issue. But there was really that focus on a complete story with one issue, which I think is kind of being lost. And I love that zines and short stories kind of focus on that now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know when I read a single comic book and it's kind of like just a chunk of a story that they don't know how to like make it complete in that sense for that issue, even though it can be a longer story. Like you really need that single issue to draw the reader in, give a sense of completion to a certain aspect of the story, and then want the reader wanting more instead of just like, oh, it ended here because we're going on to the next chapter of this, this
Right.
longer story. So I think sometimes comics today, there's some writers, I mean, there's some great writers out there, but sometimes, once again, they're writing to the graphic novel as opposed to thinking of that single issue, which I think is a mistake.
Yeah, and thinking of Spider-Man specifically, I think about that all the time when, especially some of those older ones, it's like the A plot for the comic is the main plot for that issue, and then the B plot you're just getting like a couple pages or maybe even sometimes a couple of panels, but that's like the long story,
It's
that's
like
going
Spider-Man
through.
in like high school.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
drama.
Well, and I think
Best.
about, as far as short story, like, and bringing up Spider-Man again. So,
They really did like
but Steve
they
Ditko's
nailed
first
that
origin
format, though.
story, it wasn't a serialized comic at that time. It was the last issue of Amazing Fantasy. And it was one story within a bunch of other stories. That 11-page story of the origin is a masterpiece of short storytelling. You introduced to the characters, you're introduced to, he gets his powers, and then tragedy happens, and then great power, great responsibility. Don't want to give anything away. But
Spoilers.
yeah, a little spoiler there. I should have said spoiler. But just the pacing of it. Ditko was a master at short storytelling like that. And they've retold that story in, books and movies over and over again and drawn it out to the point of you almost lose that central theme. And once again, that 11 pages is just perfection as far as storytelling.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Taschen Spider-Man collected art book from like the past year?
I have seen pages from it, but it's
Yeah.
a chunk of, it's like $100 or something.
It's like a lot
Yeah.
of,
So I don't have it, but I do know, I do know of it, yes.
They do that once a year sale where everything's 50% off, and it's on my list. It just got nominated for an Eisner too, I think, right?
No,
Did I
they
make
do
that up?
fantastic books.
They do.
Yeah.
And, yeah, great publication.
Totally.
So, Cam, I know that you are just recently starting to work with DC. Is this something that you've run into yet in working with them in these serialized stories, or can you talk about what you're doing with them at all?
God.
Are you allowed to? Yeah, I don't want to get you in
I
trouble.
don't want them to come.
Yeah.
They're here. They're like knock on the door. They're like, stop it. And
Yeah.
But yeah, they have like touched up on like putting on the website. But yeah, we have touched up on like anthology projects and like short stories and like really working with like the writers of the project to make like a short and pairing us up to make like a short story and working in with like big characters like Hardware, Iron, um, Rocket, Icon Rocket, Static, and just like taking these big characters, but like what can you do like a short story to
Interesting.
just like show them and like represent them and like put them in a scene and like really like make it pop for just like 8 pages.
Yeah, which is kind of an interesting approach too. With it's almost they're taking kind of getting hip to the zine crowd, taking these old characters that bringing it into that format.
They like recently embraced that a lot, I think, especially with their DC Pride issues, where they take for Pride Month they do like an anthology with all these different artists and writers to like write short stories to represent their queer characters. So I think it's interesting that like, and the same with like Marvel with like Latin voices, and they did indigenous voices, just like really embracing that anthology format and just taking all these different stories and like making it into like one big book. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and I wasn't even really aware that they were doing that as much. But now that you mention, I think another local, Trungles, has been doing similar work with DC. I think Autoptic did some work with them recently, but look them up if you haven't seen them. Great cartoonists. So I guess shifting gears a little bit, something that I think about a lot with my own short storytelling, I think a lot about like music and kind of the pacing of like the 3-minute song. And I'm just curious if you guys have influences like that or inspirations like that from outside of comics that are influencing the way that you're approaching your short storytelling.
Mine's The Simpsons. It's always The Simpsons.
Yeah.
That's what I think about all the time whenever I make comics, whenever I try and, especially like funny comics. I'm just thinking about like, how can I pack as many jokes in here? How can I like subvert expectations story-wise? I could talk about that forever. But anyway, Simpsons is like always my mainstay.
Absolutely. So true. So right.
It's true.
I also watch a lot of TV, and I feel like there's a lot of parallels between like film and television and comics. And I definitely watch a lot of like really shitty teen dramas. And I think that the pacing in those have really helped my writing a lot. And then also like, any sort of like 10-minute cartoon is really good for like that type of stuff, like I know Adventure Time was pretty much just written by indie cartoonists, but I feel like that's kind of a reference point as well of like how many jokes can you cram into one and a half hour or whatever. Right. But yeah, I really do think that teen dramas are the future for writing short stories, because they've managed to pack so many different subplots into something, and it never makes sense, but it's
No
entertaining.
It's
payoff.
so
Yeah.
satisfying, though.
The
Yeah.
writers forget, you know.
I hope I'm not cheesy with this, but a big inspiration to me is like people.
Yeah, no.
I think a lot about like oral storytelling, you know, and like thinking about family and friends and how they like pack like one story into like a quick letting you know like this is what happened, this is what happened, this is what happened.
Mm.
Throwing like a little jokes about it, especially, you know, knowing my mom and dad, they're always like joking and stuff when they tell a story. And like they have to act it out too.
And then are you talking about like, something happened at the grocery store and they just got home and like now they're telling you about it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I'm very interested in like how people tell stories
Mm.
and like taking that inspiration, like, okay, well, how can I like take a story and tell that, just like, you know, taking not exactly what they said, but like, you know, taking that format of like oral storytelling and passing down stories and putting in like a short form to putting in short form comics.
Mm.
I'd like to touch on that too more, because just listening, a friend of mine, Jerry Kraft, little plug for his book New Kid, which is award-winning book for kids. But we talk about that a lot, how we, as far as well, first of all, like I love historians personally, because they're taking this huge amount of knowledge and getting like presenting a story from this huge amount of knowledge, like Doris Kearns Goodwin, all those great historians. But also, as far as family and friends, I don't know, like I said, Jerry and I have talked about this, where we're listening to someone tell a story, and because of the nature of what we do, it'll be like, it either hits you and you're like, oh, that's really great. But have you ever been listening to someone tell a story and think, oh, they could be telling this better? Like, you're just like going in your head like, oh, they could have kind of shifted this around and presented this. Oh, they buried the lead. Okay, and that was the joke, and now they're just rambling. Oh, shoot. Like, you have that kind of way of dissecting when people talk. And my wife Deb will see that. She'll see my eyes glaze over.
Yeah.
And it'd be because I'm like somewhere else thinking about it, and she'll be like, no, come back. I don't know what you're thinking about, but you got to come back to this conversation. But yeah, because of what we do, we're always analyzing that kind of stuff with other people, just generally.
That, and I think like visualizing it as well.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah, like all the time. Just like it sucks kind of being a comic artist because you can't. Now I just think of things in panel.
Yes.
And I'm like,
Pacing, how to do this in the how to present it the best, strongest way.
yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I didn't even really consider conversational storytelling. I guess that one's not as forward in my mind, but it makes perfect sense. And I do the same thing. I had an interaction with my partner recently where they told me a story in like half an hour, and then I told it back to them in like 2 minutes. It was like,
well, and have you ever done where like you tell a story and it kind of goes off very well, and then you're talking to another group and you kind of tighten it up and strengthen up other, like all of a sudden it's a routine now in your head, as opposed, sometimes it even gets away from the fact of what actually happened, because you're kind of doing, it's just your storytelling brain going, how can I tell this better?
Mm-hmm.
It's really fun to lie sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
As the Irish say, blarney. You can stick a little blarney into it.
So do you guys work through your own stories as you're like maybe even like pre-thumbnail stage? Do you work through them verbally with other people and do what Jim was just talking about, of like going through it and then tightening it up for another crowd and then tightening it up for another crowd? And is that part of your process at all?
Yeah, all the time. I torture my partner and friends with it. Every time, like, I finish a panel and, like, letter, I'm like, does this sound right?
Right.
And they're like, you already asked me that, like, 2 times. It sounds fine. And then I'm like, okay. And then I send it to, like, 2 more friends. I'm like, does this sound right? But, yeah, all the time, because I like to get opinions from, like, different people and see, like, what they think and if it works for, like, different people and they get it. But I'm sorry, I blanked.
No, that's fine. We're on the spot up here.
But yeah, I definitely think that it's really good to like tighten up and like ask around and figure out like
Oh yeah.
definitely since it's a short story, you really want it to like hit too.
Mm-hmm.
So asking around if it like hits everyone and your friends, family, and different groups of people.
Mm-hmm.
I usually try and get one or two people to look at stuff when I'm like in the process of writing it, because I really want my comics to be really easy to read and understand, and I really like really complicated panel layouts, but I want people to be able to look at them and fully understand it without having to think about it, you know? I don't want someone to have to be like, okay, I'm reading a Chris Ware book. Where do I start? You know what I mean? Which is the point of his comics, but
Shots
that's not
fired.
how I. No. I like it, but I want mine to be as easy to read as possible, because I don't think that people will spend the time with my comics as we all give to Chris Ware for his. But yeah, I really enjoy letting people who don't make comics read my comics before, because I feel like they are able to point out the thing that sounds absolutely wrong, that is
Right.
complicated, way faster than comic people are, because comic people are like, oh, I love how you did this here, and because like comic people,
They get it.
Yeah,
You know,
we're
it's
too
They can
deep
be looking
in.
at the craft as opposed to
Right.
those points you're talking about.
yeah, as opposed to being like, you said the word ready 7 times in one sentence or something.
The
you know what I
worst.
mean? Yeah, so
Well, and for Sally Forth, they have a daughter, Hillary, in the strip, and she's like 12 years old. But I will show strips to my daughters, just be like, okay, does this, the worst thing that can happen is the voice of every character or the visual is the writers. Like you need different, you need different writers for different voices. And because of my perspective, of course, coming from my experience, I have to show it to my kids like, okay, as this young girl, I'm not going to have, like, just even stuff hanging up in her room. Like, what kind of, I would go into my daughter's room, like, what posters do you have? Because that's what's going to be in the daughter's room. Because if I put something from my generation, you will lose the reader. Because it'll be like, okay, that makes no sense. Or if I don't know how many strips or comics you read where the kids are talking like adults.
yes.
Like to the point, like kids can talk with more, like have this wisdom, sometimes not, but have this wisdom. But every so often it's like, okay, now it's the writer. You can hear the writer, not the kid. And then you can have a disconnect, which is not good.
Note to self: have kids.
When writers do that with their kids in comics, it just reminds me of like when people lie on the internet about what their kids say. You know, like that, like it's like very like when Kim Kardashian was like, North posted this photo of me, oops. You know? Or like, can you believe my kid said, Mommy, can you believe that something, like really complicated stuff that's like, there's no way that kid said that to you.
Yeah,
You know, I don't
that's
know.
the writer. Okay, we're getting close to taking questions here, but so I guess what place do you guys think, what place do you guys think short stories, comics, zines, newspapers, newspaper strips, what place is that holding in comics as its own little world right now? There's been so much emphasis on graphic novels over the last couple of years with, major press and bookstores and things like that. But, we're all here, and I think probably most of the people in this room are making zines.
I think a good place is people who don't really know where to start, honestly. Because like that was me. I mean, as a kid, I didn't know what I was doing, but I just knew I wanted to make comics. So a lot of people just start out with the short story format, and like a lot of people are like, "Well, I don't know how to publish this, so let me just like make my own zine and put it together. Like, let me post it online so people can see it and get it out there." So I think it's really important people as like, a way to tell all these different stories without it having to be like too expansive or trying to like
Right.
find someone to like really publish it or put it out there.
More accessible.
Very accessible.
I mean, it does suck, but like I think the internet has helped a lot with that because, but like years ago you just maybe go to SPX and be able to like find this stuff, and now it's like it's so accessible. You can just like follow someone on Instagram, like their art, and then find out that they make zines. And then because of that, like now there's, shows like this and small zine fests like in every town. Like it's just like way more accessible than it used to be, I think.
It's definitely having a moment right now. I do work in a store, like one of the stores that sells the most zines in the country. So I kind of get to see the trends that kind of happen, which is nice. But a lot of people started really printing their own stuff during the pandemic, which makes total sense.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, like it's like, oh, cool. It's like people who haven't made a zine in 5 years are making zines again, which is really cool. To see kind of like and then people who have never made zines before at the same time. So it's cool to see like a new kind of resurgence of it, and also mainstream culture as well.
Well, and with mainstream culture being that working on a comic strip is incredibly mainstream, one of the things you have happen too with mainstream where, like, when I started doing strips, there was, as far as even like female comics, there was Lynn Johnson, there was Kathy Guys-White, there were like just a handful, a handful. And once again, my friend Jerry, by New Kid, his graphic award-winning book, but I remember him, like we both worked at King Features on staff, both like just chomping at the bit to get any kind of work. And he had a strip, like, okay, I have this strip, it's about, this family, the blah, 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 blah. And okay, but we already have a black strip. Like, so he didn't get syndicated. Like and then he self-syndicated. He found a way to do it. And I think with zines, sometimes the mainstream has, this voice, and a lot of voices are kind of like, okay, well, we have there's like a couple female cartoonists and a couple, black cartoonists in the field. And then with zines, we see all this diversity, all these different voices that aren't being represented at all, which, especially with the internet now, you can see, like, it's out there. And once again, the stories are great. The art is incredible. And Autoptic, you go to every table, there's not one table at that convention which it's like, oh my God, look at, like, there's so much beautiful stuff at conventions like that. So I think it just brings so much more voices, so much more to the table as far as people who may not be published yet, but they can just get their voice out there, and it resonates with someone else who isn't seeing what they know in the mainstream.
Right, getting their voice out there, but also building an audience too. Having that response and getting that interaction. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Well, I think we'll do a few questions. I don't think we have an extra mic, so if you have one and you get called on, I guess just yell real loud. Will's got a mic. Okay, Will's gonna bring a mic around. Yeah, go ahead. Hands up.
Don't be shy, guys.
Thanks. I guess this is sort of for everyone, but particularly in terms of like anthologies or sort of repeating characters in short form. But is there a concern at any point, depending on the sort of like themes you focus on or sort of subject matter, even characters, like that the repetition does become like repetitive for a reader? Because I know for me at least, like there's a few things that I keep trying to figure out in short forms, just like concerns or issues or just kind of concepts that I'm trying to work through. And I realize that it's okay that I'm just like, I've got 3 questions that I've been trying to answer for the last like 10 years, existentially. But is there a concern because of how many you kick out that there's a point that the work itself becomes repetitive? Or how do you keep that fresh for both yourself as well as, ostensibly readers or an audience? Is that a question? I mean, that might not be a question. But
No, I mean, I can totally relate to this. I drew a page like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, oh, I drew this exact page 2 years ago. And I just like, it felt fresh when I was doing it, and I was like, oh, fuck, like, no, like, so I do think like sometimes that happens. Yeah, and you just have to like kind of like be aware of it and like, you know, change it a little bit. Like just be like, okay, well, I won't do this exact sequence of events. And like it ended up making like the page I was working on way more interesting to change it. And just like kind of being aware of it. Does suck though.
Sometimes I'm like, okay, how many times can I just get away with drawing a fictionalized version of myself smoking weed on the floor?
That's a
But
genre.
it's a genre
It
that
is.
I've truly accepted. But part of comics is that they're really repetitive. You're drawing the
Yeah.
same thing in a panel over and over and over again. But I feel like for me, I try and change it up when I get bored. Because I'm like, oh, again? You know? So, yeah.
Well, and you are at a different, you may have the same themes you're addressing, but you yourself are at maybe at a different place addressing those themes. So you're coming, even though it's the same, it is different because you're coming at, and you may have a better skill level, just different ideas about this theme again. So I think it is an interesting exercise just to keep hitting it from where you are personally at that moment.
Totally. I feel like there's like a lot of cartoonists who have similar themes throughout all of their work, but depending on kind of where they're at in their life,
Yeah.
it reads
Yeah.
totally differently.
Yeah, and I tend to like, I love a cartoonist who's obviously just like so obsessed with something they can't like get over it, you know? Then I also just try to remember like AC/DC, you know, like they got like the same song for their whole career and like people love AC/DC. So I don't know. I try not to worry about it too much, you know? I think it could translate to comics.
AC/DC is the perfect analogy, I think, for that.
That's good. I've never heard of that. I like that.
More questions?
Yeah, I was wondering, so like, I think a lot of people who are like new to comics will see zines as a way to like refine their skills or whatever, or figure out like what their voice is. But when you've got short stories that are existing for their own sake, I feel like you're kind of limited in your distribution to like what you photocopy yourself or what'll fit on like the 10 panels of Instagram. And I'm wondering if you found any interesting venues for which to put your shorter work on display where it can be the point, like be the main headlining thing, but actually have an audience. Yeah, like where have you found any interesting new places to like actually get them out there?
Twitter is evil, but I do put a lot of my comics on Twitter and be able to find people. And I've found like a lot of cool people on Twitter and a lot of cool art and comics. Just been introduced to like a lot of short form comics. Like you don't even have to be like following the person, but like all of a sudden you see like someone like, oh, here's my short comic, like my short horror comic, and it just like blows up instantly because everyone's like, oh, this is so cool. And I've seen that happen with a lot of artists. So, and also maybe I guess finding your own portfolio website to put on. That's that you can like blast out the link and whatnot. I know there's a lot of cool ones like Carbon Made and whatnot, but yeah. Sorry, I started with Twitter is evil. It's true, but
They're not here.
sadly, sadly it's evil. But I've seen like a lot of cool art and a lot of cool comics come from that social media platform that like are in long form and people can post like multiple pages that are able to like get out to people.
Totally. Twitter, but like, how do you, like, because my experience with Twitter is like, you know, you post a comic, it goes viral, one person orders it from your big cartel.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
and it's
That's
like,
true.
What sucks about being an artist is like you have to be your own like nowadays you have to be your own like PR person,
Right.
and it sucks that we have to like learn how to like push our like stuff out there, push our work out there, and like basically promote ourselves. And it's like so tiring when all you want to do is just like make comics and art. But
No, and that's same even on, you know, King Features, you still have to be, it's very much like, okay, post your stuff, And now it's TikTok, like make some videos of
Yeah.
yourself drawing and do this and that and the other thing, get yourself out there.
Maddening.
Yeah.
And it's so much sucking away from the time you're actually drawing.
Yeah.
It's a constant problem always.
Yeah.
I wish I could pay an intern to make TikToks.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe the
Big
kids,
brain.
have kids, your suggestions.
kids.
Have kids who know this stuff, have them do. Yeah.
It's not a big one, but I think online distros rock right now. I think there's a lot of really good places for that. Yes, up there. And so that's cool because I feel like at least like once or twice at a show, I have somebody that's like, oh, I bought this on this distro and I didn't know who you were before, but like now
Yeah.
they're coming up and giving props. So again, it like I like your question because the answer is kind of no. Like there's not
Yeah.
really a lot of avenues to like get your work out there,
It's
but there are
hard.
some that are kind of like slowly pushing that boulder up the hill.
I
And
will
just-
say a way that is really fun to do it in the city of Chicago, a place I've never referenced. And in New York and in other places, having like kind of scheduled every couple of months like a comic reading can be really fun because then it gets a lot of people who don't all the time
yeah.
make comics. People outside of the comics community come to it and get really into it and will buy your comic, and I feel like it's really cool when you get a comic to someone who doesn't usually read comics. I feel like that's
Yeah.
a really way to kind of get your work out there without it being like, I'm tabling at Zine Fest,
Mhm.
or my work is in this store, that kind of thing. So
And I think actually, kind of that question was why I wanted to do this panel. We're just about out of time, but just as kind of an aside, as an organizer, anybody in this room or watching online who might be interested in organizing, I would love to see more emphasis on short form comics in festivals more often. And I'm really glad we could do this today. And thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you.
I don't know either. I got here like 5 minutes before
Yeah, Carla.
started. So.
Which is, I was thinking about how are we
Yeah.
going to like go over with somebody slide by slide, like
Carly
whether
got to give Carly
if I just did like
got
one
to give
image with everything.
issues of schema theory.
I did bring a couple books, but not the ones I wanted,
Yeah, I heard
not
you.
the ones I put on slides, so those are
Oh,
I just wanted to like
cool.
important
Awesome.
ones.
no.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, I'm back.
If you're not seated yet, please find a place to sit down so we can get started. Stop talking. You can't hear me.
How about this? Whoa.
I'm sorry. Pete is a very tall individual of stature, and I'm not. So I just had to adjust the technology. Welcome to Quality of Print. This is Autoptic. You made it to the right place. My name's Lane Linscomb. I'm going to be moderating your panel today. I'm a printmaker and cartoonist living in the Twin Cities. I want to start off with like a really easy question to give you all a chance to introduce yourselves. So you're going to say your name, your pronouns, like it's school again. Maybe a little bit about the work you do, like a sentence. And then what is the first book you ever made in your entire life? To give you a second to think about that, I'll say mine. When I was a kid, I had a cat, and I would sit in my room, and I would, on printer paper, I would draw comics about the cat being like a superhero and like killing people. And then I would like show them to my parents. They'd be like, oh, awesome. So I'll hand it off to you now, Zach.
All right, I'm Zach Sally, he, him. What was it? What were all the parts?
Just a little bit about your work, and then the first book you ever made in your life.
Right. Okay. So I guess I've done a lot of work over a lot of different spectrums. I was a musician, I'm a writer, I'm an illustrator, and I make comics. So for me, it's always been sort of, all that stuff sort of fits under one banner. They're just different disciplines that fit in this certain way of trying to make your way through the world, I think. It's just taken a lot of different forms, which has been awesome for my brand. But yeah, the first thing I ever made, I think, was, this is where my age is going to show, but this will probably come up later, but it was when I was 13 or 12 is when actually copy machines started to be something that offices had and that people had access to. So it was pretty revolutionary in that it was the first time that you could go and make your own little comic for virtually nothing and do it. So I think I was 13. Oh my God. And it was really good.
Tell me
I
more.
made a little zine and it was about like somebody waiting. Holy shit. It was like waiting for Santa Claus. But Santa Claus was like, oh, I'm waiting for Santa Claus. And then Santa Claus comes over and he's got like fishnet stockings on and he like kills the dog. Like he just hears all these like, Santa's coming down the chimney. And instead of that, like Santa comes and just like kills everyone and kind of tells his kid, like, you better get your act together or this could happen to you. I've actually, thank you so much, because I've actually thought about, like, I don't think I have it anymore, but it's like, I want to go back and redraw that, because that was good stuff.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Our next person, please. Let's see if you can top that.
Check. Okay. I'm Mike McCubbins. I'm half of Floating Head. We make mostly science fiction books, hopefully in unique formats. The other half is Matt Bryan, who does a lot of the illustrating for us. We're from St. Louis, Missouri. Did I say he, him?
You did now.
Okay. Yeah, first book. So I brought some maybe visual aids here. Hope that's not dumb. I thought about this question. By the way, we got some of these questions beforehand, not to spoil the illusion. But I thought about this question a little bit. When I was for making comics, when I was a kid, I didn't really have access to much comics. I grew up rural, and there wasn't really any place to find them. But I did have like some friends who somehow found comics, like friends from high school, and they were into like superhero comics. I wasn't really into that sort of thing, but eventually hanging out with them led me to go to some comic shops. Eventually, I found a few comics and that I actually liked. One in particular was Ivan Brunetti's Schizo. Maybe you guys have heard of that. But yeah, after I saw that, I thought, oh, maybe there is something in comics that I do like. Wasn't until many years later. I'm gonna pull something out here. I made this kind of weird thing that is a poster that fits in like an old comics bag. It's just like a simple black and white like drawing on a poster based on a dream I had.
Yeah. Can I take that and unfold it to show everyone in the audience?
Please. Yeah, and that was really thinking about it. That was maybe the first kind of comic thing I ever made, and this was probably 15 years ago. And I'm sorry that illustration on this is not great, but
I don't think they can see it from there, so
But-
it doesn't really matter.
yeah, I started out making comics in the weirdest formats possible from the get-go, I guess. That's what I'm saying.
That's so awesome. Thank you for sharing this.
Well, thanks. So I'm Eric Johnson. I go by E. Arrow Johnson when I publish because my name's so common. And here I'm under aerospace, but he, him. I was thinking, so when I read the question earlier, I was thinking, because it's quality of print, of the first thing I worked on. It was just those blue books from school. I remember my grade school teacher giving us those folded ones, and they had a space for drawing above and these lines below. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. I just like, I could not get enough of that. And that kind of, introduced me to some of the book structure too. I was very much a part of Xerox culture, I think, and did stuff there, but really those books were, I would draw little characters that now are just basically emojis, like an acorn or a dinosaur, and then I try to write these superhero stories about them that were just ridiculous, but that's my first book.
My name is Sarah Evanson. I use the pronouns they, them, theirs. I am one half of the collaborative team of Rumtum, or Rumtum Press, as we are credited here today. The other half of that, Jade Violet Juno. This is not my work, so that's very interesting. I wish it was. That's very cool. I bought work from this artist the other day.
We have the beautiful work of A.T. Pratt here.
But within, so the other person that I collaborate with is illustrator Jade Violet Juno, and they weren't able to make it here today, but they say hello to everyone. Together, we make zines and prints and artist books about queerness, transness, queer liberation, and the way that that's linked to and sometimes in conflict with collectivity and community. The first book that I remember making similar to you was in grade school, and it was my first grade teacher would just have a bunch of pieces of paper with construction paper covers folded over, stapled for us to make our own books during like free learning time. And so my friend and I were like very invested in creating an extremely long series of books about our adventures with like our alter egos being these bat people that also didn't have our same names. And it would literally be like them going to this candy store and stuff like that. So it was just like marker drawings in a really fun way to collaborate with another person, which is still really reflective in the work that I do now.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. That was really compelling. I want to give you all time to talk as much as possible on the different themes, because I feel like as it's the quality of print, we're like craft-oriented people, which means we can like go off for hours. So maybe like a more restrained version of that. But I'm gonna skip around to different questions. But I want to ask, what is a work of art that could be a book or otherwise that made you interested in creating the work that you do now? So for me, I would say I grew up with comics. I grew up reading a lot of comics, but you know, you're in public school and they're like, nah, you no more of that. Don't do that. So when I got to MCAT and I started interacting with the comic scene, it was almost kind of like childhood wish fulfillment. Like, I'm going to make the comic that my third grade teacher would not let me read. So that's how I came around to doing books as an adult and as a professional career. So I'm curious if there's a way that you fell into that, whether it was accidental, whether it was through a friend, whether it was through like your interest in the craft, just whatever. Whoever thinks of something first can say that.
Um, I, I mean, I'll start, I guess. I mean, I think for me, I was a comics nerd. I was a comics nerd when I was from a pretty young age. There's something about the language of comics, and that really that was really immersive to me. It's like you could just sit with this crappy little item and completely lose yourself in it. And then when I got to be in sort of my teen years, I sort of started falling out of love with superheroes, which is ironic because now everybody's in love with superheroes. So at that sort of shifting point, I went into the comic store and I was losing interest, and I saw Love and Rockets, and I saw the first comic book of Yummy Fur, which was the first comic book of Yummy Fur was a reprinting of Chester Brown's minis that he had made himself. And that was a real turning point for me because I think it was this seam that I've ended up being really interested in and discovering at that moment of like the difference between something or that seam in between something that's commercially available on a certain level and also like where the personal can collide with that, you know, where I think a lot of the things that are meant to be commercially available have certain qualities to it where you need it to be saleable, you need it to be accessible, you need it to be, you know, any number of things, whereas anybody can put together a zine and put whatever they want in it and put it out and have other people get it. So the space in between those things, but you know, and I'll wrap up. But I think that was my first understanding of that. But there was also this feeling of like being published for real was the aspiration. You know, like you are doing your personal stuff, but you want to be like, for my generation, you want to be like Dan Clowes or Julie Doucet or whoever, and have an art publisher publish you. And then with my so I still wanted that for absurd reasons, but my friendship with John Porcellino, who does King Cat comics and stories, the more I read King Cat and the more I got to know John, I think it really sunk in that the self-published is in no way, like a self-published Xerox zine is in no way, shape, or form inferior to something that is more commercially available. There's something to that. There's something to that handmade quality and that individual vision and the personal willingness to see that vision through, and you get to like hold in your hands something that this other person made with their hands is something that, you know, a book you buy at the bookstore is, it's never going to have that ever. So that's always been interesting and cool to me, and it's approached that in a number of different ways with my own stuff. But
Yeah, that's beautiful. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Anybody else?
Yeah, to start by naming like a few like graphic novels. I guess I started getting into graphic novels like the early 2000s. Some of the stuff that really hit me at that point was like Charles Burns' Black Hole, Craig Thompson's Blankets. A little later, David Mazzucchelli's Asterios Polyp. Yeah, things that really blew my mind and made me want to create comics. And then, I guess to add to allowed me to do that, later on, Kickstarter happened. And then it's like, oh, well, maybe I can contact like a like somebody who can print my book and see how much it is and like figure out how to do a Kickstarter for that. And that's sort of exactly what we've done several times now. So that really opened that part of things up a whole lot to us. I also, I was always into music a lot as a kid. And so I'm 40, I was into music heavy as a teenager and stuff. Probably 2014, 2015, I sold a keyboard and bought a printer, like a copier. This massive, like 300-pound copier that I have lugged like from place to place as I have moved, and it's awful. But yeah, I bought a copier, and I've loved the experience of having my own copier and being able to like print my own little books from it like ever since.
Ah, wonderful.
All right, I'm going to keep down the nostalgia path because the first thing that made me want to do it was just Sunday comics with my parents. They were both super busy, and my dad was, he worked all day, and then he liked to renovate houses. So we never saw him, although he was in our house building things all week. Anyway, Sunday was the one time we'd get together, we'd pile up on the bed, and we'd read comics and laugh. And I was like, this is amazing. I mean, like, to have this, these weird dots and scribbles that actually brought out an emotion, brought like our family together, at least for those few minutes. And I was like, kind of started asking more questions about like who makes these. And when I heard somebody made a living doing it, I was totally blown away. And I was like, well, that's all I need to know. And it probably just arrested my development towards anything else. And I just started drawing pictures and then just became obsessed with comics, through childhood and then into a teenager. And I had my best friend's dad was a big hippie. I had all the heavy metal magazines. So we're like, what is this? It just felt like all these worlds that could open up and explode in your mind. And so I was obsessed, and then probably thought I was headed towards mainstream American comics. And then Raw magazine showed up at our comic shop, and when I saw that, I was like, it can't just be a comic book. It can be all these other things. And I think that was kind of where the adult got approached on the whole thing and sent me on tangents. So
That's fantastic.
Rumtum Press is a newer collaboration, and what Jade and I do is not considered explicitly comics or graphic novel-y or etc. It's working with the zine tradition, but also maybe with like a broader, I guess the zine tradition is essentially the same as the print media tradition, with trying to have a body of work that's really socially involved, that's active and circulating within a community. We make books that the structure of the book reflects the content. So for instance, in the upward like left corner, we have a book that was the first issue of the main project that we've worked on, which is called Queer Masses. That the book expands out to have a fire in its belly that you can see. So kind of being reflective of the way that queer people can create space for themselves and like own space and also like be really empowered. But so I guess that like how this relates to this question is that Jade and I both really love comics. We read a lot of comics, but for us, there's also like a big part of the practice and a big part of what we're interested in is reading of all kinds. And I think that like the book that Jade and I have talked about the most as being the thing that showed us like what we feel that books and narrative could do and reach people in the social way was we both as teenagers before we knew each other read Ursula K. Le Guin's book, The Tombs of Adawan, which is a high fantasy work that features a young woman who's a priestess who's breaking out of a like oppressive shadow cult. And that spoke to both of us as people who were transitioning out of Christianity. And that's a book that we talk about a lot as like an example that for us, like that's not a book that would have been allowed in either of our homes if it had been about leaving Christianity, but it's a book that was able to subvert what we were like not allowed to have and reach us in a time when we really needed it. And so For us, like, I think that like the title, like Queer Masses, would make this work like less subversive than that. But for us, like, that kind of experience is really what motivates us to try to like make works that's socially involved and that can like function socially in that way, is this idea that like the book can circulate and can reach and can speak in a variety of different ways. As far as comics and what Jade has talked about being like a visual inspiration for them, I'm more of the book person and printer and bookmaker, and Jade did all of the visuals for our project. I know that they really, really love Gaylord Phoenix by Edie Faecke, who's a really excellent trans comic maker. And that was a book that both of us as well also really loved and felt like captured a sensation of gender or like gender in transition that was difficult to capture, for us to capture in words. And so we really appreciated that too.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. Yeah, what you said about that Ursula K. Le Guin novel really ties into another question I have that I think is important, which is, so I was talking about this to Avi, I think, last night, about like, or someone else, I don't know. I talked to a lot of people yesterday, but like how we live in this digital age where everything is supposed to be like accessible all at the same time. And so coming together like we do, especially post COVID and these like conventions, it's like you're getting a really like narrow lens of your community, of what's available, the books that are available, and you're seeing stuff that maybe people aren't putting online for one reason or another, because as the internet becomes more like corporately dominated, it's more and more difficult to actually like put art on it. Has anybody else experienced this? Show of hands. Yeah. So the question I have to ask all of you is, what can you say through print that you cannot say through digital media, whether literally or conceptually? A loaded one. You might need a minute.
I'll go yet again. So last panel, I caught the end of last panel, and Cam was talking about how difficult it is to sort of, and I don't, how difficult it is to like not only be an artist, but now it's kind of incumbent upon artists to also be their own PR person, which is not part of the job description, by the way. It's just not, but it's something everybody has to learn to navigate. I think at my advanced age, I'm sort of growing closer and closer to just deciding to not navigate it at all. But I mean, to Lane's question, I think I also don't want to be that guy where there's nothing. I think there's certain things that I tore down my studio after 15 or 17 years, and I actually ended up documenting the whole thing on Instagram in a way that made that process way less difficult for me, because it was like, this is what social media is kind of meant to be. This is like engaging in my community in a way that's immediate. I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm not trying to promote anything. I'm just trying to like share this thing that hopefully involved a lot of other people. So that, I mean, that in one way, that was like, for me, an interesting and cool way that digital media can be used. But like this book, the last book I did, this is Recidivist 4, and this was a very, very purposeful attempt to sort of figure out what was important to me about a print medium. Like what can you get with this that is not translatable to digital? You know, because basically most comics you read, or a lot of comics you read, you could just scan them and read them on a computer, and the only difference is one of them you're flipping through the pages, and the other one they're the same. It's just a different experience. I wanted to make something that was like, this is the only, and putting it online, it's like, in a certain way, you're saving trees, right?
I guess, but then you have the electricity to power the computer.
Good point. But it's like we all have all this, like all these physical objects, in a certain way, it's like, what makes that physical object worth keeping and having? Like, I know those things for me, like what makes it not just something I read, but something important to me. And so this I printed in like 9 colors on the risograph, and then back when I had an offset press, I did 1 color on spot color silver on my offset press. So as the book goes on, you have to like hold it. It's the biggest pain in the ass in the world on purpose. You have to like hold it in the light in a certain way to read it. And since I'm not a very good printer, sometimes you can't even do that. So it's like, but it just, and it had a CD with a piece of music that sort of was the same piece of noise. That was sort of the same amount of time it would take to read. But I really wanted to be like, what is the experience of this or whatever that's different than, that you can only, what are the specific things about this that are important and meaningful to me, and how can I dive into them as much as possible? And I'll shut up, but I mean,
No, it's a very good point you make. Like, what makes this book? I think something that you kind of mentioned is when something's online, it's just online. Like you just find it. Now that we're kind of in this age where we're having like supply chain shortages and like Americans are being forced to grapple firsthand with like the amount of overconsumption that our society has pushed us into, you're kind of like, well, why does my book have the right to exist in and of itself?
yeah.
But we don't question that about the internet. We're being asked to question this like ancient human art form that's like unique to our species, but like Twitter is cool. I don't get it, man. But that's kind of what I guess that you're getting at. I want to give the other people some time to reflect on that same thing. I think that's a good point.
Yeah, maybe I'll answer it in the two parts, conceptually and literally. I think literally, we haven't gotten around to doing like smelling and tasting things through digital media yet. Not that a lot of people are doing that with like zines or whatever.
I am.
Good. Woo! Awesome. On a conceptually, you get to create the context that you're in. And to your point about how awful the internet is now, like, if you want to put your art and have it next to a Cheetos ad, then you can put it on the internet and it will be. Yeah, I mean, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, like, they're going to put an ad next to it, and like, that sort of destroys context in a way. Personally, like, I used to do animation, so I had a YouTube, and I had my animations on there. But lately, I just took my YouTube down because I don't want it to be next to like an ad for like a Cadillac. So, but with books, if it's a book, somebody can pick it up off a shelf, and it's whole own experience that doesn't have to bring in the world of like awful capitalism. To maybe be a little too preachy, but
I think that's the right amount of preachy for this audience. I think we're all on the same page.
I think that question kind of assumes the two are equal, and they're not. I mean, they're entirely different. And I think a book, I mean, humans create artifacts, you know? I think a book is an artifact, and I think that's why I like them. I got busted yesterday talking to a friend. And publisher had ordered a pack of books that he had put out, and it became very clear that I hadn't read it yet. And I was like, well, thinking about it later, I felt kind of awkward about that, because I meant something. But I'm like, no, I bought this because it's an artifact. It's something I wanted, and it's going to be up to me when I read it. It will be on my shelf, and I can, pull these things down. And I started teaching this year as well, and I found out that all these books I had bought over the years, I thought maybe they'd go to my kids or something, but they don't care. But when teaching, it was like the greatest resource for me to go. Just walk up to my shelf and go, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. Like it was like going to the greatest bank, and doing all these withdrawals that, to buy everything you want. It's all there, and it was a joy. So
a wealth of knowledge is what they say.
Right? Yeah. I wouldn't do that with. I would probably read a novel online. I don't feel like that may be more equivalent, but I think when we're talking about comics and art, and I really do think books are artifacts, and they're their own thing. So,
well, thank you.
For me, as a transgender / agender / gender displaced person, like me and Jade, making work about queerness and transness, although perhaps not for everyone, like those issues might not always be linked explicitly to the body. For us, in our own experiences, like those issues feel really linked to our physical bodies and our corporeal forms and our carnal experiences of the world. So for us, like having a book that, or like an art form that meets you in the physical plane, in this like way that's engaged with the body, that you navigate it using not just the eyes, which are a part of the body, of course, but also like physical touch. Feels really important to us to engage that, because like for us and for a lot of other trans people that we know, like it's easy to feel disconnected from the body. I imagine it's also easy for people who are not trans in this world to feel disconnected from their bodies. But that's partially why we choose to make the work in the mode that we make it. I think that like, yeah, there's just, for me, I think that digital space probably can be manipulated in a way that engages the body in a different way than it does right now, or than we often see. I don't feel like the correct person to make work in that way. But yeah, I don't know. I was interested in what you said about the book being free from the history of capitalism, because I think in a lot of ways it is, but like the history of the book and the history of commerce and the history of labor, in my mind, as like someone who went through a book arts program, those are really linked in ways that are like complicated and interesting, and sometimes come down on the side of liberation and other times come down on the side of like the oppression of labor and apprenticeship systems that are really challenging. So I thought it was, I don't know, it's just interesting. It's cool.
And yeah, I mean, I think, Sarah, what you were saying about, I think that's something that print, I mean, the internet can do it too, certainly, like gather communities and give communities a sort of, not a physical space, but a space to gather. I think zines and print objects can and do, even more so in 2022 than ever in my lifetime, can provide or create a context for a space that's even more important. You know, like you can sort of decide what context and space you want to create or be part of. And I think the end of what I was going to say is I think right now, anybody who doesn't feel like they have the time or inclination to engage with something like you put up, or something, or one of these things, it's like, that's cool. I'm happy for you, but you're not my people. Like, if that's the sort of level of engagement that is your level of commitment to engaging in some of these ideas, like, I'm probably, we're good, you know? Like, the people I'm looking for are the people who would find this and be like, this has value and this is important because it takes more than a couple seconds to investigate. And it's kind of like it meets you halfway and you have to be part of it rather than something that you are consuming.
Yeah, I think that tracks.
I was just gonna add that, like, too, and maybe you guys have already made this point, but like when you make your own zine, you are putting all of that labor into it, and so you don't necessarily, you are always going to have to, but you don't necessarily have to interact as much, you know, with the system of like paying someone else to do something for you, which is always a little queasy. You know, like what somebody, like we make hardback books, and while somebody has to do that for us, like we just cannot physically do that. It helps that we, like, at least with our newer book, we finished them by adding all these accoutrements to them, and it gives us some sense of like owning them at that point. Like putting the last finishing touches, like I did at least a little bit of labor on this.
Yeah, feeling like you made contact with what is being shipped out to people.
Right, yeah.
It's satisfying for you as a craftsperson as much as it is for somebody to receive it.
Right, and I think with like some of the crowdfunding stuff, some people like even have other people do all the shipping and all the printing and all of that for them. Fine for them, but that's like not, yeah, it's not what I'm trying to do too.
I like that theme that we're kind of ending up on, is like, it's fine if you want to do it the easy way, but I don't. Yeah, that's very compelling. I want to jump kind of to a different perspective and hear you guys nerd out a little bit in the last like 10 minutes before we do Q&A. What is something that you're really interested in the landscape of contemporary publishing? I know when I was walking around at Autoptic yesterday, I specifically was like going around trying to find like the coolest books, like object books I can find. One of the ones that comes to mind, I got the Cram Comics anthology. There's just all these like fascinating, like dense risograph and offset, these color combinations you've seen before, never seen before, and like these like ways of print you've never seen before. So for me, the mode I'm moving into is trying to find a way to make things look like nothing else. So where you out with that?
I feel, I don't know if this explicitly addresses the question, but I feel really, really excited about, perhaps not so much yesterday, but when I've been at other zine fests, like seeing the number of really, really young zine makers that there are. And I wasn't really in the scene until my mid-20s, so I don't know if that's something that's new or not, but it feels really, really exciting to see like young kids who are making editions and distributing and trading. I mean, not having a great like reference point for whether that has been something that's been continuous or not, it just feels really, really exciting to me to think of like young people, and especially very, very young people, becoming more involved with, or like even more involved and excited about independent publishing and physical making. And I feel really excited and honored to think about getting to see the way that people who are raised on technology in a way that I wasn't, like the way that they'll be able to both manipulate digital space and digital publishing, and also like have a different kind of enthusiasm and preciousness and excitement about the physical world and trading with people in person. I don't have a lot of like thoughts about what that might look like, but I feel really, really excited to get to witness that in the future.
I'll pick up on that point because I agreed. It was kind of exciting. You know, I mean, we're kind of talking about is it necessary to have these objects? And yesterday felt like a big sigh of relief. Like people were back together and they were trading things, and it was physical. And yeah, and like in a way, I'm kind of jealous of the young people who get to discover it. Like maybe they have seen publishing. Maybe a comic book is on a screen for them. And then they're discovering zines and putting things together and boss stitch staplers. And, you know, I mean, it's like the stuff that was so fun. You know, all those little devices and techniques were liberating pre-digital. And now young people get both. And in a way, it does separate. Now you can make books easily without a big corporation behind you, or without, you know, you can do a book as personal expression. And some things are better published digitally, and maybe that's where the corporations are. So it does feel like there are these paths, and there are these undergrounds and above grounds, and all sorts of directions to go.
No, that's great. Just appreciating the things that we as established book people.
Yeah, I think somebody on the last panel. I lost the train of thought with that. Can you restate the question for me?
Oh, just something, you know, I mean, they talked about, you know, seeing the young people, and that was really exciting. It could also be maybe a craft thing, just something in the landscape that's really exciting to you.
Yeah, well, I think about it too, like when I started doing this, maybe around like 2009, 2010, and just like how far it's come since then. In those 10, 12 years, it really, what they said was that like everyone's got a zine fest now, and that's really true. Like 10 years ago, that wasn't the case. And now every city's got a zine fest, and so you've got all these people making zines, and it is really great. I guess maybe I'll just say what I found yesterday that I liked. Right behind.
Closer to the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry. The tablers behind us, I think their name was Sonnenzimmer. Oh yeah. They're great. Their work like interacts with music and different things, and I really love that sort of textural difference, like, or even just when something's different, like there's a lot of paper here, but like How do we add a little bit more different mediums to get different like interactions? And I'm forgetting the guy's name, but you guys probably saw his work. He makes little sketchbooks, little bound sketchbooks. Forget it. But he had a tiny little book, and it was bound in a plaid shirt. And I'd never seen that before, and I was like, I have to have that now.
Yeah. Shout out to that guy.
So for the last 8 months, I got a job working at this really this letterpress place that does really, really beautiful high quality work, and so it's a lot of stuff that's produced on a commercial level, but the sort of insanity of the quality that's expected and the lengths that this place will go to get that quality. So like on this stuff that's mass produced, it got me thinking a lot about like, you know, like they have all these, if you're talking about cooking, there's all these different tastes. And I think a while ago, people were like, fat's a taste. You want that. It's not bad, like we've been saying for 40 years. I feel like now the thing that ingredient is care. And like, I know that we all know it when we hold it. And like, that's the difference between, you know, like even if it's some like piece of shit that you kicked out last night, like those are some of my favorite zines, but there is this quality of like, that it's not a commodity. It's something that you actually like. In a lot of cases, it's like something that you can't see and may not be evident, but it's like everybody knows when they get that thing in their hands, like somebody really, really gave a shit about this, and it meant something to them. I mean, I absolutely, like, I'm not being...
No, you're spitting facts right here.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell when it's like some piece of shit versus like somebody cared about this, even if it looks crappy, they cared, you know? I mean, I think that's a really important quality, and I think you can find that, or whenever you find that in whatever medium, you know, whether it's zines or posters or print or whatever, and people finding new ways of getting that into their objects is always exciting to me.
Beautiful. Thank you. That was so poignant. Let's move into the Q&A now. Is someone here to run around with a microphone? Yeah, so if anybody has questions for our panelists, please show yourselves. Or else I'm going to call out volunteers. Oh, we have one in the front here.
We're bringing the mic down to you.
I'm going to let them do it their way. Sorry. I would let you scream, though.
Thanks. I'm interested, I guess, in your definition or difference of zines and artist books, and if your audience for that is different in terms of price point and how you kind of see the democratic nature of comics through, you know, that spectrum of zine versus artist book.
Thank you. I feel like, Sarah, that's probably something you'd be down to answer.
I can try. So I went through a more traditional print paper book program at MCAT. I graduated in 2016. I don't know what it looks like now at all, but within like the book arts world that I've been a part of in Minneapolis and within that program, I think there was a lot of like preciousness about the book. There's a lot of like, you know, really traditional, I mean, obviously, I'm sorry, did they explain to you? But like, there's a lot of really traditional processes and practices that take a lot of time and end up being very, very expensive. And then oftentimes it results in these books that are really physically gorgeous and totally inaccessible. So for me and Jade, part of what we wanted to do with our project, which we did actually as part of a fellowship at the Minnesota Center for Book Arts, we wanted to make something that would have this consideration of physicality and like navigable by the body that artist books often have, but then also like sort of cuts the difference with like actually can serve the social function of the book, which is to circulate and be read. rather than just sitting on a shelf or sitting in an archive, which are also things that books tend to do. We wanted it to like fill the historical social role in that way. So I don't know. I mean, I think there's like, I don't remember totally what the question was. I'm very sorry, but I
The
think
question was, do you find a difference in, say, the marketing or audience of something that's considered an artist book versus something that's considered a zine?
I would say so. I mean, I think there's like the price point for accessibility is, in my mind, these are the things that separate it. I mean, it doesn't mean that that's true across the board, and it doesn't mean it's true for the future, but I would say that like something that's being considered an artist book, in my mind, is often more expensive and maybe being made with this level of preciousness that might prevent it from circulating in the really enthusiastic way that zines sometimes just get like thrown around and traded. I don't think that like one is better or worse than the other, but that's kind of like the difference that I would think of, I guess. Thank you. Thank you for telling me because I wasn't sure. I couldn't tell if I'd answered it. So
Would anyone else like to speak on that before we move to another question?
I think the term zine has become sort of monolithic at this point.
Monolith of zines.
Yeah, it's all the others, mini comic and all these other things have kind of fallen
Oh.
away, and zine is the only thing. Zine is the thing that's left now.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Which maybe speaks to it, like it keeps its cred somehow. It somehow kept its cred because it's usually something that somebody makes on their own, and so it stays out of like different contexts.
It's almost like shorthand for self-published.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I more and more I see things that weren't called a zine before, lumped into the zine, and all the fests become zine fests, which I think is great. But like when I was younger, zine was a particular kind of thing, but now it's like everything. But as to the question, like what separates zines and artist book, for me in particular, nothing. I've never made anything that I've actually called an artist book. Might be because I've never made anything where I just made like one copy of it and like that was the one object thing. Yeah, I almost, there's something in me that thinks that calling it an artist book is pretentious, so I wouldn't want to do it.
We are at MCAD, so I think we gotta be nice.
Yeah. Feels like it's different gatekeepers for an artist book, you know? Like a zine implies that it can be easily distributed, but you're using a lot of techniques if you're doing silkscreen or, you know, I mean, the letterpress or, you know, a lot of those techniques, but for zine implies that you can trade it and sell it at a reasonable level, regardless of how elaborate it is.
I think it's also like in my mind, like what you two were saying, it's maybe also related to like the extent to which it's engaged with ephemera instead of with like an artifact or like the book as in like capital T, capital B book, or the book. So yeah, like zines seem like they're part of this other tradition within print media that is ephemeral or engaged with printed ephemera and can be more addressed in the moment and traded and less precious maybe, whereas the artist book it maybe goes through a different process to get there.
Yeah, I remember like going to a couple of zine fests and all of a sudden I think the warmers turned back a little bit, but going to a zine fest and there was all these like $24 silkscreen zines and I was like, that's cool. I've said that a bunch, haven't I? But like,
I think we know exactly what you mean by that's
you know,
cool.
I mean, part of inherent in all this to me is part of like you want. I mean, it's actually totally valid and cool. If you, I was like, I want to make 5 of these completely insane things. That's absolutely valid. But I think there's an inherent like you want to democratic sort of share this in a certain way. That's I mean. Artist books often get into that very precious place, and I think that's pretty rare territory, and territory that a lot of people don't have access to. Kind of it can stay in a very small loop, and that sometimes bums me out.
Yeah, I definitely get what you mean. Artist books I associate with like museums and like libraries, whereas zines I associate with like dudes on the street. So there's a bit of a different area of like class and access to it too. That's really interesting to think about. Thank you. That was a great question. I think we can take one more. Right in the middle.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever printed a comic on or a work of art, and how did you do it?
Awesome question. Thank you. I can start it off.
Yeah.
I went through a period where I was stuck in my house because of quarantine, and I started making monotypes on boxes from PBR and like Monster Energy. And I have friends who paid a lot of money for them. Yeah. We have about 5 minutes left, so let's do rapid fire.
When I was a student, another student organized a zine, like collaborative comic zine anthology that was called Do It With a Monster, that was all monster porn.
Yeah.
True. And I was like too shy to do anything that was like explicitly sexual, so I did monster food porn where it was all of these monsters like panting, looking at people running away from them. I don't know. It was fucked up.
I think that's really on the low end
Yeah.
of fucked up, but
Yeah,
I see what you mean.
I don't know, maybe a skateboard where I was collaging stuff I'd already done. I don't have a good answer for that. I always go straight to paper, but I know I have so many failed experiments of ways to get things on paper that
Name
didn't
one
stick.
failed experiment.
Well,
The
I'm
worst
thinking about
one.
printing on plastic and the ink doesn't dry, and you know, I mean, it's just like impossible, you know. But stuff you want to try and find out, and especially when you're doing DIY stuff, a lot of substrates that don't work and inks that don't work, and yeah.
Wait, were we supposed to do material, not subject matter?
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is so embarrassing.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
Did you do that comic like?
No, I thought it was just like, what's the weirdest thing you ever made? I was like, I think about that. Wow,
works
that's so
too.
embarrassing. I
You're
tried to
good.
put some tinfoil through an inkjet printer.
There you
one
go.
time.
Did it blow up?
It didn't blow up. It just like the ink like pooled on it and it just
Oh.
like never dried. Yeah.
There used to be this place on the corner of Broadway and Central Avenue, and now it's like a bunch of fancy comic shops and all that. But it used to be this brother and sister who ran a paper warehouse place, so they'd get remnants from all the other and they did they learned to trust me. So I would go in there and I would just like climb on all the boxes and find weird shit that nobody else would buy, and
You'd hoard it?
I'd buy it all and then figure out some way to use it for a project. They had once they tried selling me on this like stack of paper. They're like, this stack of paper is made out of money. And I was like, that sounds great, but I didn't buy it because it was ugly. Apparently, it was like old money that gets taken out of circulation. They like had shredded it all and then just mixed it in with. But it was this whole stack of it. There was like, you're a weirdo. You're gonna love this paper made out of money. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds. And I didn't buy it.
Not pretty enough.
No, it was kind of ugly paper.
Wow.
Go figure.
I think we've tried to print on like every commercially available type of paper imaginable. We did a quarterly magazine in which we tried to incorporate all of those different types of things. But you know, that's not weird or different. I'm remembering a thing I used to do a very long time ago, which was I would go to thrift stores, which was just a thing I was doing a lot. Sometimes I would find frames that were meant to be like have several different pictures in them, just to collage your pictures. I'm sure you've seen these.
Oh yeah.
And they have all different kinds of motifs on them. Some of them are really precious, some not. But I would grab those and then try to like reverse engineer something stupid into them.
Tell me more about that.
Man, these are really lame ideas.
I can assure you it's not lame. I'm really interested.
I found one that was like I think it was meant to be your pictures, your school pictures for every year, whatever, and they went in a circle. I don't know if you've seen one of these.
I'm imagining it.
And so I thought I was clever, and I put the picture of the kid, and he's got his martyr board hat on for his graduation. And instead of showing the kid in every grade, I showed every different step of the process of making his hat.
Oh.
Like it started out, here's how they made the.
Interesting.
Yeah. And here's what the cotton growing, and here's like everything until here's the truck going to like the bringing the fabric or whatever.
That's the bell for. Thank you for ending it on that. Thank you guys so much. Our next panel will start in a couple minutes. Just take a break, get some water, go to the bathroom, and we'll be right back.
Understand that question.
Thank you.
I didn't even pick up.
Mine is put out everything. It's definitely the one where it's like.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're live. We're live. We're here.
Oh, okay, we're live. All right. Welcome to Comics on the Fringe, panel number 3. This one is for all the freaks and weirdos. Okay, we're just going to start with introductions, and if you guys want to describe your work a little bit, just move it down the line.
Hi. Welcome, friends. I'm Hyena. My pronouns are she and they. My work is almost all black and white narrative comics. Some are autobio, some are fiction. Is that what's real, what's fiction? I don't know. It's all little stories. Yeah.
I'm Ari S. Mulch. My pronouns are whatever you think they are. And I make comics, paintings, prints. I'm also a drag performer. And my work mainly focuses on like horror, science fiction, fantasy, and like lesbian psychology.
I'm A.T. Pratt, he, him. I recently learned you can say any pronouns. I think that's cool. I make, so maybe that. I make different comics, all different types, often feature handmade elements like pop-ups and fold-outs and both, and they're about all different stuff. Autobio, sort of self-help fitness, and now I've recently rebranded as Master of Horror, A.T. Pratt. So this is
Right.
Fright Fest is spine tingler. That's what I do.
I'm Fringe cartoonist Max Huffman. I live in Carborough, North Carolina, where I make funny, paranoid comics about about the suburban capitalist hellscape.
Sounds very funny.
I didn't know we were supposed to say what they were about.
Do you wanna
No.
add some? Okay.
I just want to explain myself.
Oh, my pronouns are he, him.
That's what we're here for. I almost, in the panel description, I almost wrote, give these people a chance to explain themselves. But I didn't know if that was going to be appropriate for the
I feel like that's
program and
something you
everything.
tell the police.
Yeah, right. All right, my first question here is, I guess, a little silly or corny maybe, but I do think that there's some depth here. What is the appeal of being strange? I know that probably we kind of can't help it to some degree, but we're all definitely leaning into it too.
I'll go ahead and answer. I will start off by saying that I have fully no choice in being strange. I was raised by very like alternative goth people, and I'm also autistic, so the way my brain works is like fundamentally different from most people. And I think the appeal is just that I'm a very interesting and unique person. Everyone who meets me is like, whoa, okay. And it both makes it very difficult and very easy to make friends. It makes it easy to make friends with the right people, is what I'd say.
But also the wrong people.
But those are kind of the right people if you think about it.
I don't think I should think about it that much. I think it would take too long.
This question really threw me for a loop because I get up every morning and I look in the mirror and I go, "You're normal."
Yeah, I'm regular as well. Yeah, definitely. No choice. I like it when I see something that I've never seen before. So I want to make that.
Yeah, I think that's I don't think of it as strange necessarily, like the appeal of being strange. It's just the appeal of being authentic, the appeal of, not really caring what everybody else is doing or what, things are supposed to look like or supposed to be like or how you're supposed to behave or speak or dress and it kind of once people like clock you as strange, it kind of gives you magical powers where like all of a sudden the rules do kind of vanish. So like, oh God, like yeah, of course they would do that. So yeah.
So yeah, kind of piggybacking off of that, I think Andy kind of mentioned this, but I guess the appeal of then running into strange things in the world. I guess I'm thinking more specifically with comics, and I've had this experience with all of you, finding your work and going like, oh shit, here we go. But just wondering if you could speak to that experience a little bit.
I can it's definitely like you said, that thrill that you get of like, oh my God, what the hell is this? I've never seen anything like that. And that kind of sometimes it's a strong attraction, strong revulsion, like confusion, but it's a sensation that's like very exciting and like your heart actually beats a little faster when you see like a drawing that's like super complicated or like super just weird and you have to figure it out. Your brain doesn't already know what it's seeing. And I think that's something that some people crave.
In the Bionicle fan community, there's what's known as the dream, which is the collective mass dream of finding shelves and shelves of new Bionicles that you've never seen before. Bionicle figures, rather. And that's something that you can actually have in real life with art, and especially zines and strange art, is you can have the dream in your waking life. And that's really validating.
Living the Bionicle dream.
You can be the dream for other people.
Yeah, I mean, really, I'm always out there looking for someone who has like a really unique perspective on things, someone who is saying something that no one else can say, and I see that, and even if it's like kind of creeps me out or weirds me out, I'm like, I want to know you. I want to know why you thought this was something that you should make.
Yes.
What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, I think when I was like first getting into comics, I was reading superhero comics, and they kind of all looked a similar way to me. And then I saw Mike Allred's X-Force, and among strange comics artists, he's not that strange, but like I was like, this doesn't look like all the other ones. And at first I was like kind of mad at it, but then I kept on coming back to that one as the issue. Like Wolverine's in it, he was on the cover, so I was like, oh, this is like normal X-Men. He's just like talking to Dupe, this like floating green guy, and it's like, this is wrong. Like, no, there's no action. I kept going back to that one, and then he had more indie comics, and then I found there was more alternative stuff, and I like found Dan Clowes, and then I just keep on trying to find the like weirder stuff, and the weirdest, I guess, is the goal to make myself.
Yeah, that's actually. I think I had a very similar experience too with seeing something and really not liking it or getting it when I was younger, and then that has kind of developed into this like insatiable hunger, to find kind of what everyone has been describing here. So I think when you're working in, I guess, like less of a traditional visual language, like I would consider all of the people on this panel to be, it can be, there's less of a roadmap sometimes for what your comics might look like or what kind of stories you might want to tell. And I'm curious if you guys had any kind of like aha artists who popped up or came into your life and kind of helped like shine a light on the direction that you've followed?
I would say finding Kyoko Okazaki's comics, specifically Helter Skelter Fashion Unfriendly, which is this really twisted comic about like, body horror and the evils of the fashion industry and like competition between women and like fucked up lesbians. And it's a really rough looking comic because she got hit by a car before it could be revised for the final printing. And I was really enraptured by these like hysterical women with these really choppy, like rushed line work that I hadn't seen in a lot of manga previously, and this like screen tone that is like very roughly cut out. And I was like, oh wow, this is like exactly what I want to be making.
I kind of answered this one. I got confused which of your questions you were asking before, and I jumped the gun, so I fucked up.
Where did you, I mean, did you see somebody that was doing pop-ups that led you that way, or did that one develop more organically for you?
Yeah, no, and I had in college I did my first comic in freshman year, and I went to Mocha Fest, and I was with a bunch of upperclassmen. I sold 0 copies. So that was a good start. But I was already experimenting with like ways that I could make the physical objects special and worth owning. There was cool stuff in the previous panel about that. I was experimenting with fold-out covers and fold-out centerfolds, and then I was entering a competition, and there was a short form category and a special format category, and I was doing a short comic, and but the deadline was later for the special format. And I was like, I'm not gonna make this deadline for short form, so let's print it in a bunch of different colors and then put a pop-up in the center, a heart pop-up, and then and a fold out. And then I made that deadline, and then I was like, okay, let's do another one for special format. So then I started working on this one, and you got like a bunch of layers of pop-ups in this one. You're going to different buildings, and once I missed the deadline for that one, so once I had that one out, from there I just kept on trying to find new stuff to do with paper in different ways.
Cool. Max, did you have specific artists that kind of helped develop the style you're working in?
I think, I've been reading comics my whole life, and when I went to SVA, I kind of I had this assumption in my mind that there would be a ton of people making more independent and graphic novel and like experimental work based on like the history of the school and what I knew of the faculty and the alumni. And when I got there, I was kind of surprised to find that most people were on other tips. And I think the real aha moment for me was like just finding the few other kids, meeting my collective partners, Andrew Alexander and Jack Reese, and starting this collective anthology, and through that finding other people who maybe felt disconnected from their circles or their environments.
Yeah.
And that's how I met Mr. Andy Pratt and his incredible tableaus.
Do you have any artists you wanted to mention?
I don't know how I got here.
Yeah, okay. So my next one, Andy already answered. Again, I'll find one for you, Andy. It makes sense. We're gonna keep you a step ahead here. So then, kind of going through artists, people that influenced us. Did you have like an aha moment with your own work, either getting a response from an audience that was positive and getting kind of the feedback that you're looking for, or, a moment where you're looking at your own work and going, oh, okay, this is starting to click for me. This is starting to make sense with like this thing floating around in my head that I haven't quite been able to articulate yet.
I'll go ahead and go. I would say I have an aha moment like every 2 weeks, but the really big one that changed the course of like my entire comics career was in summer of 2018. I made this comic called Changeling, and I was just making it, not really thinking about it, just thinking about like expressing a sense of like fundamental alienation from other people that I feel. And then I read it back after I finished it, and I went, shit, this is really scary. Oh, I think I need to be doing horror comics. And I read it, and I realized the exact episode of The Twilight Zone that it was sort of like really informed by, just unconsciously. And that caused a shift from my work where I was not sure what I really wanted to do and hadn't found a way to express what was in me. And that was the moment where I was like, okay, scary comics about weird chicks. This is happening.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
We good? So Andy, where do you have ideas on where you're going next with your pop-up work? I'm improvising to keep you a step ahead here.
Yeah,
Is
or
anything
talk
starting to
too
like?
much, I pass.
Anything
Yeah,
popping
well,
up
I have
for?
like I have a lot of ideas of I think everything on the table I have a planned sequel for, yeah. And it's what happens next depends on when I think is a realistic goal for which the comics shows or what my deadlines are, because I don't have I haven't really ever pitched anything to a publisher. I have no self-confidence, so it's just like which one can I finish this for, and sometimes I miss that, and then like it's fine, I just do it for the next one. But yeah, I just want to keep on figuring out like cooler ways to use the format, and also work on my writing and the comic storytelling that does not involve cutting and folding paper, because I kind of hate that if people think of my comics, they only think of that. So I'm like always trying to make better stories and work on my writing. Yeah, that's not a very good answer.
I liked it.
Okay, thanks.
So I guess another question, something that I think about a lot with my work, or something that I struggle with, is putting things out and then not really hearing much back. And I assume that that's a pretty common experience, and probably not just with people that consider themselves fringe, but across the board. And I'm wondering, is that something that you guys deal with, and what do you keep in mind, or how do you deal with, moving forward and continuing to kind of like build this specific language that we're working in, regardless?
I have an answer.
Go for it.
I have all the answers. I think it goes back, like what I kind of opened with, just the authenticity and the being like, all right, well, I don't really care what other people are doing, what other people are saying. And I think that's kind of another secret power that you can draw on when, like you put out a book that you're like super excited about, and you're like, oh my God, this is my best work yet. This is so great. People are going to love this. And that's like crickets. And it doesn't sell well, or it doesn't like get any feedback, or, you can't get people to like take it for you for like nothing. But I mean, if you are doing it for yourself, if you're like setting your own goals and setting your own standards, and you know what, that book is still the best thing that I've done up till now. This theoretical book that I'm talking about, or your book, but that book can still be the best thing. It has nothing to do with what other people think. And I think when you have that kind of like weirdness and you're not expecting people to like it, because almost nobody likes, your little niche thing. Yeah, you just keep on plowing ahead, and it's like, all right, well, the next one's going to be better. The next one's going to be better. You set your own goals and your own, what you want to achieve, what you want to work on, whether it's writing, art, just making a slick book, and you just keep on going.
Yeah, I would say, having spent a large portion of my life where people thought I was like weird and fucked up and they didn't really want to be around me, I just learned to not care. It's their problem if they don't like it. It's not for you, and it doesn't have to be for you. And I've also found a comfort in the fact that I have found kind of my small group of people. I'm really lucky to run a small press, Toxic Metal Press, with my two best friends in the world. And I know that even if no one else on earth fucks with me, that they fuck with me. And more importantly, like, I fuck with me. I could be in a cave all by myself and I would still be drawing these comics because it's ultimately something that I do because I feel deeply compelled to.
Yeah. I'll add, like, I mean, most of my quote unquote comics career, I was like in a vacuum. Like, I had no comics community. You know, I was just doing it by myself, like literally in a basement. It's been like the past, I don't know, like 7 years that I've been actually about and people knew who I was. So it's like, I mean, I'm still doing it after that. So, yeah.
There's kind of an interesting like push and pull for me because for me like comics is like very much like a self-soothing thing. It's therapeutic. It's like quieting the mind. Like if I'm not doing it, I'm often like in a really dark place. And then also the comic you're making is like a demand or a desire to be seen and to be understood, and especially like with humor comics, you're trying to make someone laugh because that means they like you. And it's I don't know that I have an answer to the specific question, but it is that like the who is this for, and then there's like this looming like meteor of what is the network through which I'm getting that. Is it real life? Is it Instagram? Is it fire emojis? And is that real? Which we don't have to get into.
Emphatic head nods from this side of the table.
Yeah, I'd love to say that I'd be making this stuff even if nobody was looking, but very low self-esteem, and I do the validation of doing these comics shows is really important for just like that anybody knows or cares that I'm doing it, and it still feels like after every show like I sell stuff and then I'm like, oh, it disappeared, nobody knows about me. And posting stuff on Instagram has become increasingly less validating, you know, dealing with the algorithm and like just thinking, oh, well, yeah, fewer and fewer people are fucking with me. I'm like becoming a worse artist, but hopefully that's the computer, but it gets in my head. And yeah, this question really fucked me up. What is the?
Yeah, I didn't want to go.
How do you struggle when you're not?
I didn't
sure
want to go
people are
too
listening?
dark with it, but
No audience, and I struggle. Yes.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I do too. I'm totally with you. I don't know how much I would be doing if people weren't looking. You know, there was a long time where I said that, but I'm now on like 2 years of not really posting on Instagram, and I'm working at like a third of the pace that I did. So I'm still doing it, but it's changed. You know, it's definitely different. And I think Max, you kind of touched on this, but I'm curious how much you guys think about your audience when you're working, kind of in terms of who might be reading this, who do you want this for, and then I don't know. I guess also what do you want them getting out of this, or is this like pretty self motivated and we need to put this out and we need to make sure that you know this is out in the world and the audience isn't as much of a concern. We're wondering where you guys fall on that one.
I'm in a position where I've sort of cultivated a small but very passionate fan base on Tumblr, and I've observed that a lot of the people who engage with my work are like weird gay and trans people who are like into anime and stuff like that, and I take the attitude of I'll be drawing a picture, I'm like, oh, the girls are gonna love this. And sometimes they don't, and that's fine. They all have their taste; they'll come around to it. But I just try to think, you know, I want I want someone to feel seen and feel like they're not alone in the world when they see my art about like being depressed or like smoking weed or having a fucked up gender, because I've felt so alone in that for so much of my life that I don't want anyone to feel that way for even a single second.
I think it depends on what kind of work. I kind of do two kind. The zines I make are totally like, unfortunately not. They're just the product of what I draw, and then I, for some reason, turn them into zines. But the narrative comics, I try to. And we were talking about this at Pete's house kind of all weekend about there being like multiple levels of reading any particular comic, and kind of finding that way where it's like, all right, I'm weird. I have all these like niche interests. I have all these like very strong like views about politics and gender and capitalism and blah, blah, blah. How do I make an entertaining narrative that people can just read through like a comic, a regular comic? Anybody can pick it up and be entertained and have some chuckles. But then there's another level where like I'm kind of shoehorning in my like little pet likes or jabs or whatever. And there's another level where it's like the super weird, we were talking, it gets really esoteric when you're doing, riffs on old comics or,
Old sitcoms.
yeah, I mean, I have weird interests like philosophy and history and like occult stuff. And, I'll put in some pretty bizarre religion. I'll put in some weird stuff and sneak it in where I can. But, make it, I try to like be very conscious that it doesn't slow down the narrative, but it's still there for the people who are looking for it.
So it sounds like it's almost like a 50-50 split between like looking for someone who's specifically seeking out like weirdo work, weirdo comics, and then like your average, some guy walks in off the street at the comic show and they're going to be able to get through it and have an
I mean,
enjoyable read.
I think my audience is like baseline weird, and then just gets like
Right.
weirder weirds.
Sure.
I don't have many. I haven't sold to many like bros.
Yeah, sure.
But maybe they're out there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just maybe just mishearing and trying to keep the clarity of the story. But the
Potential
content is very
bro
directed.
customers. I have comics in my bag. Find me after the show. I'll fist bump you in the parking lot.
Yeah, I guess I really have no sense of who my work is for, and I'm kind of looking forward to having spent the last couple of years in like an apartment, finding out who those people are, and acclimating to actually seeing someone interact with your comic in the real world.
I'm talking about going from working at home over the last couple of years to then being behind the table again.
Yeah, just like coming back to shows, and like this was the first like big indie show I've done since everything, but I did like Heroes Con a couple of months ago, which was like it's the first show I've ever done where like people are walking around dressed like Boba Fett. and it was like, oh, this is something, and it's still not quite lining up, and just where are the people at, and I felt really good finding and meeting some people yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think too much about an audience. I do kind of just I try to think of what's interesting for me, and hopefully I'm not the only person like me, so there are other people with similar interests, but all my work just comes out of like my own life. Autobio is a go-to for indie cartoonists for a reason. That's what we have to draw off of, and also what I enjoy in other media, and that's for me too. Is like horror is my favorite genre, so I'm trying to make scary stuff, and also just my own anxieties, and then making those real in my fiction. It's kind of cathartic in some ways, and I don't know, that hopefully I'm not such a fucking weirdo that like nobody can relate to when I put that in my art. So, yeah.
All right, we just got a couple left here before we start getting into questions from the audience. But I guess like who, we can kind of make this up on the spot too. Who should be reading your work? Like you're designing your perfect audience member, you know, and like what's their psychology and you know, what are they into?
I'll every when I make books, I really am making them for this. It's the stuff that 15-year-old, 16-year-old me would have like totally lost my shit if I found it in a comic store. And that's like, you know, that younger version of myself, even though most of my work is technically not safe for people under the age of 18, but you know, like whatever. Yeah, so like teenage 15, 16-year-old me. And yeah, I don't know whoever relates to that situation.
I would echo that sentiment. Definitely, like the edgy teenage lesbians are the people I'm trying to reach. Also, in the like, this is technically not appropriate for you, but like, just don't tell me, and I don't want your parents yelling at me.
Don't tell anyone you got it from me.
Yeah, just like the girls, the gays, the transgenders, goths, which are thankfully a lot of the people I've reached already.
Yeah,
And I just want to convert everyone, all of them, in the whole world.
Yeah, I agree. Like people who have not seen themselves in media that already exists, for sure. I love your answer to a younger version of myself. I want him to think that I'm cool or did something good. Or also, this is who I want to read my work, then somebody like way cooler than me, or smarter than me, and then they'll tell me that I'm cool and smart. That's the goal.
Great answer.
I think just people who have recurring anxiety dreams about airports.
I think you nailed it, man, from reading your work. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I got a couple I think fun ones to wrap it up. What are you guys reading right now, and like who should everyone in this room be reading? What are you fired up on right now?
Oh no.
Do you guys read comics?
I read comics in like sporadic bursts. Like I'll read nothing but comics for a month. But since I spend all my time doing comics, right now I'm rereading Kafka's The Castle.
Yeah, we'll take non-comics.
Yeah, and there's a book, I forget his name, Satanic Feminism, not the Silver Sprocket zine, which is also really good, but it's a much thicker, harder book that has taken me 6 months to, get to where I am.
I'm in a similar position where I just work so much, but somehow have no money, so I can't afford the like really beautiful, sumptuous books that I like to buy. Like I've been reading on the literature side, rereading Albert Camus' The Stranger, which I think you can guess why that's resonant to me. I've been reading this Yuri, that the name I can't think of at the moment, but it's about these two girls that get trapped in a creepypasta dimension, which is really fun, which for those who don't know, creepypastas are sort of like internet urban legend horror stories, which are like my favorite things in the world. I've also been I'm going to start rereading JoJolion, which is part 8 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is the most incomprehensible comic like ever, but it's so beautiful and it's so, I hate to say it, but bizarre. That I'm just really fascinated with it. That's another, what is going on in your mind, dude? Because I want to know.
The last comics that really like kind of set my brain on fire were these anthologies out of New York that are all kind of edited or co-edited by this kid Floyd Tangeman, and it's like
Oh yeah, yeah.
Cowlick and Jaywalk and Tinfoil. They're all like very snappy one-word things.
Mhm.
They're these anthologies that like it's there are all these like very expressionist, frequently abstract or poetic comics, but like there's like 20 contributors in each one, and you can't tell who anyone is or where they came from or where one ends and one begins. And there's very little in the way of like internet presence for any of them. Floyd has a website that looks like your browser is broken. And that was just really inspiring. I think like most of them are like really young, and it was just like, this is out there, this is still out there, and it's super feasible, and they're great books.
Yeah, I had a similar experience with that one actually. I think I only have the first issue of Tinfoil, but I just remember being like, man, I don't know if any of these kids are like reading comics very much or if they've like done very many of them, and every single story in here is so good. It's like that was one of those moments of like, oh shit, we found something here, you know, like this is it.
Uh, I think comics people should be reading. I have a lot of friends who make great, unique, and interesting comics, like Max and Andrew Golly. You got to shout out Angela Fanch. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think that I have a lot of names that you haven't heard before. What I'm reading now is Berserk, and I think I was, I'm coming to it kind of late. Mira's passed away. I'm curious how the successors will continue the story. But yeah, after that, I mean, the monster design is so incredible, and the drawing on display and every page is just blows my mind. So I was not. I try not to be consciously influenced by anything I see, but I think that is just going to be a subconscious influence as long as I'm going to be drawing. So.
I would like to second the just really liking all of the comics that my friends make. That's why we started a small press company so that I could print their comics so everyone could see them. We're going to just shout out in particular my good friend Mort, aka Girls Complex, who makes the most like bizarre comics that I can't even begin to explain because we would need like another hour.
Yeah. Cool. All right, last one. Initially, I was thinking just comics, but let's go anything. I want to hear what you guys like guilty pleasure is, or what you're into that might surprise people based on seeing your work.
I had initially intended JoJolion to be the answer for this, but I've already talked about it. So I'll go one of the guilty pleasures. I was a really big fan of Red Sonja as a young person, and the only explanation I have for that is that I'm gay, and she doesn't wear a lot of clothes, and that's it.
Yeah, there's such like
I'm
macho,
also
but
embarrassingly a really big fan of RuPaul's Drag Race because I just love seeing weird gay people on TV, even if it's in like a mainstream sanitized like yucky corporate bullshit, because I didn't see anything like that when I was a little kid until that started going on TV.
songs, TV, just stupid shit
I
you
mean,
live.
I don't have that many guilty pleasures, but I should be guilty because I see like every movie that comes out in theaters. I used to work for them and for minimum wage, so I should not give them a shout out, but I'm on the AMC A list. No applause, please.
Oh shit!
I already get the respect from Nicole before every movie. But yeah, I watch everything. So I watch a lot of dumb bullshit. DC League of Super Pets had its moments. BJ Novak's directorial debut was disappointing.
I don't believe that guilt is a useful emotion. But a thing that I consume that is basically garbage is religious like evangelical religious ephemera, especially stuff like I will buy used. I do not give the people who make these books money for these books, but a lot of spiritual warfare, like how to fight demons in your life manuals. I write it off on my taxes as research materials.
I really like those little flyers that they'll staple up about like everyone that's going to die in the apocalypse for being sinners. I really like collecting those.
Yeah,
and
you,
that,
like, pull 'em
oh,
off
you
the
hate me,
wall
but
and-
I'm really fascinated with you. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier with the like revulsion and fascination.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a big thick chick tract collection.
Oh, yeah.
And I like show them like I'll show them to my students and be like, I'm not trying to like sell you on this information, but it is a testament to the success of like a zine making or self-publishing.
Yeah,
And like
true.
they get the message out, even if it's like you read it and you're like, this is psychotic. And like,
Yeah,
that's
it's
why
like,
I
okay,
love it.
trigger warning, y'all. This is basically hate speech, but look how good, like how clear this visual language is.
Amazing drawings. I named my drag persona Jack Chick, kind of for that reason of I'm gonna do insane gay shit, and that would make him so angry. And also like I'm a drag king and it has chick in it, and I'm a comic artist.
Yeah.
Cool. You got anything else, Max, before we take questions?
No.
All right. Perfect. Yeah, got Lane over here.
Hi, thank you for such an awesome panel. My question is, if you could like take the amount of skill you've cultivated in the world of sequential art and like just apply it to another medium like film or painting or like horseback riding, what would you choose and why?
I would like to be a philologist.
What does that mean?
It's like it's like a subsect of classics where you're like the person kind of like parsing over the nuance of translated words in dead languages and like Homer and the Bible and stuff like that. I love that.
I would want to translate it into making music because I do have a song in my heart, but my rhythm isn't very good. I don't have the discipline for it. And I'm tone deaf. My father always told me that I had the rhythm of a drummer, which he hates drummers and he only uses drum machines. So
I have idle fantasies of someday working in film or TV in some capacity.
Yeah, I mean, movies are my favorite thing besides comics, and I like comics because you can do everything you can do in a movie. Kind of not music, but a lot of my comics have musical scenes in them. Big Broadway numbers, but I think in comics you can do almost all of that, and you can control every element, which appeals to me as like a control freak. But also with my low self-esteem, I think as a filmmaker, like I think I'm not a harsh critic, but having like a critical faculty to analyze movies, I think of like comics that I made as movies. I was like, this would fucking suck as a movie. So it's kind of good that I don't know. I don't think I would. Also, you have to raise so much money to make movies, and involves other people. So I'm kind of happy to just keep my stories in comic form because I can control it all and put it out myself. But yeah, movies. I love movies.
I want to know a couple rows back over there.
Okay, hey, this is really a great conversation. So I'm enjoying listening to all of you. What my question is there like an idea that you have that you're afraid to do or don't know how to do, and that you like, are you trying to like figure it out?
Almost always.
What is it?
What I really want to do, it's a project that I've kind of been like studying and taking notes for and planning for, but it's never, is I want to do a historical, like nonfiction. I want to do a biography of Nietzsche's horrible sister. And kind of like frame it, 'cause I think there's a lot of parallels in, can I say trad thought? Yeah. Which is kind of like a derogatory term for these like very conservative women who are like also pundits, like talk, like they're up there doing the things that they're not supposed to do if they're like anti-feminist and like Christian nationalist and like women should know their place. Yeah, there's a lot of weird parallels between like how she bends kind of like reality and plagiarism and creates, it's kind of like whole world about her brother's writings that, like was used as a platform by Nazis and fascists and stuff. Yeah, it's just a very interesting, but also like super dark. And I don't want people to think that I'm like, hey, cool, this Nazi lady. So yeah, I'm not sure how to do that in a way that gets what I want to get at. Yeah, that's like fascination, revulsion, but also like I don't get canceled because people think I'm a Nazi.
I would say, kind of in a similar vein, I have a dream of doing a bio comic about Eileen Wuornos. But that's, I mean, first of all, I'm not in a place where I want to do graphic novels right now, but that's also a very loaded and intense subject that requires a lot of like time and care and research and consideration of how I present it. But I'm very interested in her as being very different from a lot of the other American serial killers by virtue of being like a homeless sex worker woman, lesbian maybe. That's kind of up in the air. She was a very complicated person, but I'm always thinking about it.
I guess I'm in the middle of mine where I'm just trying to make my first like full length book, and it's like I have the beginning and the end, and I'm serializing it 12 pages at a time, and it's a little bit terrifying.
Yeah, I'm afraid of every project before I start it, and then once I get, I'm the part of this new comic that I made, which is called Master of Horror A.T. Pratt's Negative Space: Spiky, Spooky, Slippery, Slimy Scare Sampler. The negative space part is kind of ironic because I don't like to leave negative space. I was told in art school, like, you gotta leave negative space, let the reader in. I was like, so white space really scares me. I hate it. And I was talking to somebody yesterday about how I'd like to do like a period piece, but I don't want to draw like all the period details, doing research. Yeah, and also you're talking about how you'd like to do music. I'm doing these big Broadway musical numbers, and I'm a singer-songwriter, of course, but I very little musical skill or training, but I'm gonna keep trying. Yeah, I think just starting to get and do it anyway is the only way I've gotten anything done, even though I'm scared of everything.
All right, I think we're gonna wrap there.
Be scared, do it anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
I hope I didn't turn this scare. Oh shit.
travel to Colombia here?
Yes.
Oh wow, that's a long plane ride.
Same time zone. That's like
Okay, guys, we are live, I believe, and hello and welcome to the Autoptic panel named, not at all in an intimidating fashion, Truth. We're going to talk truth today with some wonderful, amazing, talented artists here. And my name is Mark Ealing. I'll be your moderator, and I wanted to quick introduce you to our panelists. So I'll start from Anders heading down and let you know a little bit about who we have on tap for you. Anders Nilsson is the artist and author of 10 books, including Big Questions, The End, and Poetry is Useless, as well as the coloring book, A Walk in Eden. His work has been featured in the New York Times, Poetry Magazine, Kramer's Ergot, Pitchfork, Medium, and elsewhere. His comics have been translated into several languages overseas, and his painting and drawing have been exhibited internationally. Nilsson's work has received 3 Ignatz Awards as well as the Lind Ward Prize for the graphic novel, and Big Questions was listed as a New York Times notable book in 2011. Nilsson grew up in Minneapolis and northern New Hampshire. He studied art in New Mexico and lived in Chicago for over a decade. He currently lives in Los Angeles. Then we have Camilo Aguirre. Camilo Aguirre is a cartoonist and fine artist from Colombia. Aguirre has obtained a master's in audiovisual scriptwriting from UNIR, La Rioja, Spain, and an MFA in visual arts from the Minneapolis College of Art and Design. Aguirre has been published in several documentary comics anthologies, including Ciervos de Bronce, Caminos Condenados, La Palizua. Our stories carried us here, and is the author of What Remains from Uncivilized Books. And then finally, Julia Wald. Julia is an artist and illustrator whose work ranges from googly-eyed things and tiny monsters drawn on index cards to editorial illustrations and posters to cityscape drawings and large mixed media collages. Her illustration work has been published in The Baffler, Current Affairs, and The Stranger, among others, and her artwork has been shown in galleries across the U.S., including at Steve Gilbert Studio, Food Art Collection, COCA Seattle, and the Seattle Emerging Arts Fair. Julia is a member owner of Push Pull and a member of the Society of Illustrators. Originally from Buffalo, New York, she holds degrees in art and chemistry from Buffalo State College. She currently lives and works in Seattle, Washington. So, the topic we are here for, to discuss truth, and as I was thinking of this topic, it occurred to me that there's probably 2 main ways of discussing this. There's truth in the world, a whole universe in which there are acknowledged facts and realities that occur. And then when it comes to artists, there's truth that feels inward, things that feel true, art that is made according to a certain professional or personal standard that an artist has to meet for his or her own self. And so I wanted to use those 2 universes as our guide, and for us to start with the wider world at large, and then talk about your own personal truths as artists and as people. So I will pose this first question to the panel, and we can answer sequentially or however you guys want to. I don't know if you all experienced this at the convention. I did. But there's a very common conversation that seems to be happening right now, and it particularly happens when you say, "How is the world treating you these days?" And you say "the world," and you say "these days," and you get a mixture of reactions, not all of them entirely pleasant. Some people raise their hands in consternation, other people will just laugh bitterly. And I think it's fair to say that there is sometimes a mood happening. News events being what they are. And so I wanted to pose this to you guys. When you are finding stories to tell, when you are searching for material or in the process of making a nonfiction story, do you feel in any way obligated to look to the greater world and its problems or the so-called mood of the time? Or do you feel like when you start the search, you have to start a lot closer to home and see something in your immediate vicinity? So if that question makes sense, Anders, would you like to start us?
Sure. As you were sort of framing the question, I guess it made me think that or realize that my fictional work probably deals with like the state of the world more than my autobiographical work. I haven't done a ton of autobiographical work. It so happens that the book that's out now that I'm sort of doing these events for is autobiographical, but in a very subjective kind of like I don't know, poetic, abstract kind of way. And it's not really about the world. It's very much about an internal state that I sat with for a couple of years.
Just to let the audience in, would you mind describing what that work
sure.
is?
Okay, so the book is The End, and it's a kind of a abstract memoir about the aftermath of the death of my fiance in 2005. So it's sort of drawn from sketchbooks that I kept in the 2 or so years following that. So it's not, it's not a straight autobiographical narrative. It's kind of a bunch of different pieces that sort of explore, different aspects of loss and grief. At the moment, the work that I'm sort of the most engaged with is a long graphic novel called Tongues, and that is much more about, using a fictional sort of fantastical, well, slightly fantastical world to comment directly, among other things, on, the state of the world and what humans are wreaking on their planet and each other, I guess.
So fair to say that the material as written in the book isn't necessarily the truth, but it's a pointer. For you, sometimes it serves as a pointer to a truth.
Yeah, sure. It's like metaphors or finding characters. There are these sort of god characters who have like a god's eye view. None of us, we're all sort of stuck in our own little social and economic worlds, but I find it interesting and kind of fun to play with, the idea that there could be somebody who actually knows what's going on behind the scenes a little bit or whatever.
That would be nice to know. Camilo, does this process that Anders described have any relation to the kind of non-fictional work you do? Or do you find yourself, reaching out into news or into history or working personal when it comes to the type of stories you tell?
Well, I think I like to find like contrasts between the people's anecdotes and their stories with the actual facts or history. So I make interviews and then I find like things that are not like the thing that is in Wikipedia, and then I try to contrast that. I don't know, someone tells me that like the priests were shooting in the 9th of April of 1948, and one person was shot by a priest, and then that's the kind of story that I wanna get, because the narrative is that the communists were like revolting, and the priests were hiding, and then I have a story that says the total opposite. So whenever I have that kind of story, I try to find like other stuff in the anecdotes, and that's how I work. Yeah.
So in that instance, did you have accounts from people? You say there was a priestly shooting of some kind. That was a known thing. Did you then get a chance to talk with someone about how it actually occurred, or were the people who existed for that moment, were they passed?
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. Like the actually, like everyone has stories that can contrast the actual history, because we live through it. So yeah, like I can talk like with any person. I can interview them, and there's like, I'm sure I'm gonna find something.
Awesome.
And that's part of how I work. Actually, I mostly work with my family and my close ones. And yeah, maybe because like most of my family has like some political background, I can get some of that stuff because my dad was a union leader back home, and my former partner was like a sociologist. So yeah, so there might be stories there.
Right, they're a rich resource.
Yeah.
Awesome. Julia, your answer to that question, where are you going to find these stories, far afield or close to home?
I mean, I guess both, but they're different types of truth. I think it's easier. I mean, all my comics are nonfiction, so I think it's easier to tell other people's stories than your own sometimes because you're clouded by your own biases. And I'm working on it, sort of an autobiographical thing now about my first job out of college, which was at an Army Navy surplus store, and I have to keep questioning if things actually happened to me or not, or getting other people's opinions on what actually occurred because I'm sort of skewed and have my own biases about different interactions I've had because they're all through my own lens. Whereas the book that I am selling at Autopic, Suspension of Disbelief, is all documentation of other people's stories, which I think makes it easier to be objective. And I guess more critical and in some cases more truthful because you have to listen and document what they're telling you and be sort of a good listener and in some ways less self-absorbed because when it's about you, which I'm working on something now, you can develop certain, I don't want to call it prejudice, but yeah, certain visions of what happened that can be different than what other people saw who are experiencing the same thing at the time.
Right. I know there's a lot of storytellers across all mediums that probably would, take that and run with it and say, hey, my interpretation of these events is my own, and it's for me to tell and say. That's a source of trouble if you're working from your own self? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I don't think it's necessarily a source of trouble, but I feel like it can be a creative blind spot sometimes.
Right.
Because depending on how you experience certain events, you could either see yourself as the absolute hero or absolute villain, whereas other people might see things differently. And I think that when you're building a story around yourself, it's important to have the ability to, I guess, be critical of what you experienced because you're also clouded by your own emotions and experiences and, yeah, biases. And that can impact the way a story goes, truthfully.
This is a really good segue to my previously written second question that now sounds organic because you guys supplied me with a bridge to get there. And that gets to this notion of obligation. Both of you, or excuse me, all three of you gave really, in some ways, different answers, especially if you're saying Anders talking about a story as being truthful but depicting fantastical things, all the way down to a literal transcription of other human beings that are real and that exist. You may have different answers for this, but I wanted to ask you all, how flexible are you when handling factual truth? I know there was, I don't know if people remember this, there was a theatrical artist, Mike Daisy, back in 2012. I don't know if you remember this, but he had a monologue he delivered about employees at Foxconn at this Apple factory in China, and apparently invented parts of the story that made it seem like their lives were horrible. Like he described a gnarled hand of some employee touching an iPad for the first time, which apparently never happened. Some people see that as an extreme violation of truthful responsibility. Others say the story matters. Do you guys have a line in anything you do when handling truth where you say to yourself, this is a line I will not cross?
I mean, for myself, most of my work is not super concerned with, like, I'm not doing reporting. I'm not sort of like trying to depict events. It's like either it's fiction or it's I'm sort of trying to be as truthful about my own internal understanding of things as possible. So, like, yeah, I mean, I check it against myself.
It's a great relief when you are the source of the story itself. It's entirely bounded.
Yeah. I mean, I'm, I think it would scare me to death to try to, like, depict the actual truth, and have to do fact checking. Also, I think like doing a lot of fact checking would be boring.
Another way of phrasing it specifically for you, before I get to the other panelists, is there a line personally that you would not include something of your own self or your own thought process, or is everything
Oh
potentially
yeah,
game?
there's plenty of stuff. There were pieces that could have gone into the end that I cut because, you know, it was too the truths that were too painful or too unpleasant or whatever. Yeah.
Good call to be able to make when you can.
Yeah, and the other people involved were not around to check my version either.
Thanks for your answer, Anders. Camilo, how would you address this question of, is there any sort of flexibility with factual truth? Any place where you'd say, here is where I'm happily going to alter details, or is it a absolute line in the sand?
I think that's, yeah, you can be pretty flexible with it. Like there's a page where I was like interviewing in the book in What Remains. I was like interviewing like some historians about like, I was telling them like, can I say that the guerrillas were actually created because of the conservative and liberal administration trying to stop workers' movements?
Right.
And they were like, that's a stretch. And in the end, in the last panel, I'm gonna say that. And that's, yeah, I just put the interview there. And in some other times, it is good because you can like actually cover up identities. You can protect people by, you know, a process of fictionalization of certain details. And also you can show your emotions and your position and try not to be objective, but just to show your subjectivity towards something, yeah.
I think that's a great point. I mean, there's whole, especially in historical comics, if you're talking about political concerns and causalities, it does get very hard to definitively state things sometimes. I'm glad you were, at least for the story's sake, able to find a path that allowed you to tell it. Awesome. Julia, how about that question for you? Any line in the sand? Is it 100% truth all the way? Is that a mutable substance?
There's definitely lines in the sand. There's definitely things that you shouldn't share, especially in this book. I was interviewing people, and they were their stories because of the pandemic. Certain people had lost jobs. Other things were happening. I definitely changed names. The other thing I did is I had a draft that I would send everyone before I started the inking process to make sure they were okay with what they said. And I did have people come to me and say, hey, can you take this out? Or, hey, I don't talk like this. Could you please modify the way I talk? And that's part of it because it's supposed to be their voices and not mine. So they should have a say in what they share and what they sound like.
What was if you don't mind the interruption, what was the medium that you originally transcribed their words? Was it just writing, or did you record them?
I'm a Luddite. So I did, it was COVID time. So I think the only interview I did in person was Norden, who's homeless. So I had to do it in person. But it was over the phone, and it was a really awkward system where it was, I think I started the comic 2 weeks before everything shut down in Seattle. And so I would call them, and then I would like furiously write at the same time or type on my computer. So all the drafts were just like sort of me documenting what they were telling me as I was talking to them. So very mismatched, which is why I would send them a draft and be like, okay, is this all right? Like, let's work through this and make sure that this sounds okay before I do anything. And then I would edit that and make sure that we were good to go before I started drawing. And that's and change names if I needed to, or if they asked me to. Another project that I don't know if I'll start again. It's sort of been starts and stops, is about my family and the Holocaust, and that's more historical. But my grandparents fled Germany, and so those details. I did do a few comics with them, and my dad got really upset at some of the things I was sharing. And, you know, you have to be conscious of that too. There are other people in your life that maybe don't want certain things out in the open. And I think that is important. You have to, you know, for whatever reason, maybe it's too personal. So yeah.
Julia's answer is already yes to this next question, and hopefully I won't ask you to retread the thing that you just shared with us, but it does, again, sync up with what I had here in line, checking my time really quickly. And that is to say, very briefly, before we talk about all of you in respect to your personal feeling of truth, how to make a work true for yourself, just very briefly, have you, from the feedback you've gotten from people, of your nonfiction stories, perhaps some of them who have been written about, is there anything they've said that has altered the way you do that particular work or work in general? In other words, is your nonfiction audience, whether they're in the book or in the world, are they shaping you somehow?
You're asking about the audience, not the subjects.
I'm kind of conflating them, whether they could be subjects or people that have read the work itself, whichever one you feel you could speak to. And if that's a dead question, I'll strike it.
I can go.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Okay. So I used to like I started making comics and liking comics like very late.
Yes.
Like I was already in college, and it was like a very conceptual college, like very non-objectual stuff. And then someone showed me like, okay, you can make stories with drawings, and I was like, cool, but not superheroes. No. I was like, well, I like that. And at some point, someone called me for a project. I would make like stories about my dad because I wanted to know about him in the union struggle in Colombia, which is like a very dangerous thing to be unionized back there. So I would write about him, and I would draw his stories, and I would gather some stories from other people. And in the end, someone called me to go to a process of peace in Colombia. And there I was like able to work with victims of the violence, and that was a huge responsibility. But it was like, okay, I want to keep doing this. Like documentary comics are one thing that can be helpful, and that was it. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, you saw that it had an impact in the world for
Yeah.
these people's lives. That's awesome. Julie, I believe you hinted at the question already, is in what way did the feedback change your work? And you answered it kind of extensively, but has there ever been anyone that's you mentioned your father and that project. Is that project shut down? Is it?
No, I don't think it's shut down. I just think that I definitely need more input from him, because I need, you know, consent is important. I also, it's his dad and his mom. It's my grandparents, but I think it goes into the relative truth. I had a different relationship with my grandparents than he did with his parents. So the things they shared with me, they shared differently with him. So we have different perspectives on the same people and their stories. And towards the end of my grandpa's life, he was very, very close to death. And I think when you get that close, sometimes you say things or share things you don't necessarily share under any other circumstance. So things would come out. And some of the things that he shared were things that I did not know growing up. And all of a sudden they were out in the open. And my dad had different stories from him. So I guess, yeah, I don't think it's dead in the water. I definitely need more time. I was also a lot younger when I started it, so I think a little bit more egotistical about what I could put out. Now I know there are things that I probably should check with other people first. So I don't think it's dead. I just think it's probably going to be different. Also, my drawing style has changed a lot, so I would want to do it over regardless in a different style.
Awesome. Thanks for your answers. I wanted to, because we're sort of cruising in time here, get to your personal work, artistic work, that is, artistic truth, as you define that phrase. And the first question, I guess, has to do with dead ends in artistic development. I was thinking of that weird sense, in childhood, you sort of make things without any concern for whether they're good or whether you would call them true. That's not a concern. And then adolescence, you try out various selves, trying to see what sticks and what feels true to you or feels like something that you could wear. In your pursuit of trying to make things as true as you can, are there any artistic dead ends or personas or ways of working that you guys have abandoned because it did not feel true to you?
I'm trying to decide if every book that I've done is a dead end or if they're or not.
I didn't mean to open up an anxiety wormhole.
No. I mean, I mean that in the sense of like, you know, I've worked in a lot of different styles, so it's like I go, you know, off in this slightly experimental direction, and then I finish the book, but maybe that's not a dead end. I don't know. And then you back up and go this other direction, and then you back up and go this other direction, and like pretty soon you have like a cool like tree or something. But yeah, no, I mean, I so like maybe I mean, I draw comics and I'm still a skateboarder, so I probably am to some extent still stuck in my adolescence of trying on different selves because like, you know, because I do work in all these different ways, and there is a kind of like I relate it also to what you said about, you know, being a child where you don't care, you know, you're just like playing, and like the world, I feel like comics, like one of the things that made me feel like I wanted to be a cartoonist was when I really first delved into it, it just felt like the possibilities are endless. And I never wanted to foreclose any of them. Like, I didn't want to work in one style. As soon as as soon as one of my books, you know, whatever, like, the book that I kind of started doing comics with was Big Questions. And like, as soon as it started to become clear, like, okay, this book needs to be done in a certain style, in a certain way, it's like a relatively straightforward narrative. There was a part of me that was like, oh, but I don't, like, that book needs to be that way, but like, I also want to try this other thing, you know? And then, like, the last 20 years has sort of been that. It's like, I just want to like try everything.
Has that itself been the most generative to you, is to keep the evolutionary process changing and turning over on a work to work basis?
Yeah, absolutely. Like it makes it like I feel like as an artist, like you always want to be in a state of not being quite sure what you're doing. Like if you know what you're doing, then you're in the wrong. You're like, then that's the dead end, you know what I mean? Like once you figure it out, then you should stop and go somewhere else. And like that, I mean, this book is a reissue of an earlier version, and that was one of the fun things was like, you know, I had put it out a certain way in 2013, and, you know, the book was out of print, and I didn't, you know, I wanted it to come back in print, so I asked the publisher, like, can we reprint? And they basically were like, well, for commercial reasons, like, it would be helpful if you added something to it, or like, do something that we can then say, like, you know, the end, new and improved, or whatever. Right. So I thought about that for a while, and what it ultimately meant was like just going back to those sketchbooks and sort of seeing like, well, what else was I thinking at that time? Like, what else can this book be? Is there some other way that the book itself can still, you know, bubble up and like be alive a little bit?
I like that idea of keeping yourself motivated through a project is perhaps a huge part of the battle, and not becoming bored with a certain line. That makes a ton of sense to me. Our other two panelists, how would you guys address that question? Dead ends, modes and personas, as it were, that you've tried out as an artist that either I guess didn't feel true to you, or is that even not a distinction in some way, like Anders said, that you even make?
Oh, okay. I get bored really easily as well. So I do like to jump around and do new things. Like once I'm finished with something, I see all the flaws. I guess I'm one of those people. Like this was my first full-length comic, and it was sort of a by accident thing. Like I did not anticipate having a book from this, and now I look at it and I'm like, ooh, I didn't use a ruler. or oh, I would have done that differently, or now I'm working in a completely new style where I'm doing like all color, and I'm not even doing black and white anymore. Um, I think that if you're not constantly learning and developing, you're gonna get stale, and you're not gonna enjoy what you do anymore. And when you make money from art, it's nice, but I don't think any of us go into this for the money. You go into this because you love creating things. So I wouldn't say there are any personas, but yeah, I do tend to change styles. I would say rather organically. It's never like a 90 degrees, like all of a sudden the next project is different. I need time to like play around and figure stuff out first. But yeah, there are artistic dead ends there, This book is now a dead end. Yeah, it's over.
That's liberating in a way. You can
Yeah.
look onward to the next chapter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's awesome. Camilo, how would you answer that?
Yeah, I like drawing and making comics, and that's the one thing that I like the most. I almost like chose my career because of a double negative. Like, what can I not do? And yeah, but I feel like I'm learning, and sometimes I mess up at the most basic things. Like, I don't know, a perspective, or yeah, someone told me last time, oh, look at that page, you solved everything with dialogue. And I was like, yeah. So
It just came about by happenstance.
yeah, or someone tells me like, I like how you exaggerate certain things, and I'm like, yeah, exaggerate.
Just accept the compliment.
Yeah, but I think it is also like a good thing, because I feel like I'm learning, and I don't know, I make my effort with that. Yeah.
That's awesome. This is, well, we do have some more time, so I can ask that question that does come on the heels of that, which is that, there always seems to be this kind of chasm in making artwork between the idealized version and the thing you end up with, or when it comes to dealing with reality, there's the world at large, and you say to yourself, well, I'm going to address this part of it, and then you look at the two objects, the thing you made in the world, and sometimes they seem really far apart. Is there anything left that you guys are still chasing? I know the answer is obviously yes, since the whole last question concerned evolution and constant organic change. But if you could name what it is, if you feel like there's something eluding you in current work that you're making, what is on the horizon, either in terms of subject matter or formal decisions that you make as an artist?
I would say for myself, like I'm in the middle of a really long, kind of intense story of a certain sort. Probably I'm going to be working on it for a few more years, and so there's very much a part of my that other part of my brain that wants to just like play around and be very abstract and inventive is sort of crying out for some time with me.
Does that mean the process of that work that comes out of this will be sort of play-based and messing around based? Is that
well,
what I'm hearing?
the graphic novel I'm working on right now, Tongues, like it's it's about drawing things right and looking at reference, and like it's got a lot of different plot threads, and everything has to sort of be kept straight and drawn well and colored, and it's very labor intensive. And that's great. Like I'm stoked to be able to work on that project, but it doesn't indulge a super like off the cuff or like stream of consciousness
right
mode. So when I'm done, or when I get a break, like I will very much appreciate being able to be more playful again.
I heard you allude to your sketchbook earlier. That must be a place where those impulses can still run free.
Yeah,
At least
absolutely.
that's a resource for that.
Yeah, like I haven't been that active in my sketchbook for the last couple of years, and I'm eager to get back to it for sure.
Awesome, thank you. Camilo, how about you in that question of things that are currently eluding you in this search to make the work right and to feel true? What are you chasing down in the days to come?
I think more stories, but they keep coming up. Like a couple months ago, I was talking with a friend from my town. We were talking about our childhoods, and we were like, "Don't you think that we're like this residue of like drug trafficking in our town?" And we were like, "What?" And yes, yeah. And so I was like, "There's a whole book there."
Would you mind elaborating?
We would benefit from like little drug traffickers in our neighborhoods, because that was like Cali in the 90s, Cali, Colombia. And he was like, "Yeah, remember when they would have like apartments and no one would go to the apartment, but the apartment would have like very nice trucks." And I was like, "Yeah, and remember those parties? We never knew who paid for them, but we would go." And yeah, so
Those mysteriously financed parties.
yeah, or remember the I don't know, like the pretty girl from the neighborhood that suddenly stopped living there and then came back speaking in English, and I was like, "Ah, okay." Yeah. So yeah, that's and every single time there's something. For example, a couple. When I finished this, I wanted to make like a wordless novel because I really admired like Franz Maserel and all that. And I had an interview that I made to a Colombian soldier, and I wasn't able to say anything. So I was like, "Well, this is a wordless novel," and then I was like a dead end.
If I could press you just once more, you said you interviewed a Colombian soldier.
Yeah.
And you sat in silence while he monologued?
No. I interviewed him, and I wanted to make a wordless novel.
Oh, yes.
Like when I was here in MCAT, I looked at those books by Franz Maserel and Lynn
Passionate
Ward,
Journey.
and I was like, "This is amazing," and I wanted to do that because I wasn't able to say anything because of the information he gave me.
Yes.
There's a lot of things about Colombian soldiers that
Oh,
cannot say.
so there's perhaps, am I wrong in saying dangerous information being imparted to you
Yeah.
that you feel can't? Go ahead, Anders. Yes.
But you could draw it? You couldn't write
I
the
can
text,
draw
but
it,
you could
yeah.
draw it.
I cannot mention what regiment, what platoon, what town.
Identifying details.
Yes.
Yes. So yes, but you can depict the acts.
Yeah.
We look forward to that.
I don't know. It's not understandable yet. Yeah. So yeah, there's so many things that I wanted to draw. But yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you, Julia.
Well, I hope you make that comic about your hometown. That sounds really good if it gets done. Mostly just time. I have a full-time job because, art pays some of the bills, but not all of them. So I don't have a lot of time to do art. So basically I work sometimes 10 hours a day, and then I come home and I draw, and then I go wake up and do it again. So mostly I'm just chasing after time right now to do what I want to do. That's really it.
That's a beautiful thing to try to acquire.
Yeah, it is.
Along with sleep.
Yep.
That's awesome. Thank you all for thoughtful answers. And I guess what I'd love to do right now is open it to questions about anything we've talked about, anything that you have yet on your mind. Any questions from the audience to our panelists about their work in particular, any of the projects they talk about, or about this whole abstract truth concept? I shouldn't have ended that request on the words truth concept. It's kind of a frighteningly sterile set of words. Oh yes, right in front. Thank you. Here comes the microphone down to you.
Thank you. My question is about sort of taking a story that is always happening. I think time is always happening. Where do you decide to begin your story? Like, where do you make the decision of this is where the story starts? Because I think usually these stories are too big to grapple with to even think about beginning them.
I mean, with this book, I didn't know, you know, the material existed, and then I decided what order it was going to go in. So it was sort of a matter of curating it and finding what was the beginning and what was the end.
Were they essentially diaries on Anders?
Yeah, I mean, it was sketchbooks, so it was like bits and pieces, or like, you know, a piece in the sketchbook that started on one page and then finished, you know, after a bunch of other random stuff. Some of those things got turned into single art projects, and then it was, you know, I didn't originally have the idea of that they would be a book, so so that's one answer. Otherwise, the book I'm working on now it also started out of order. Like, I remember sort of, you know, having all these different ideas, like I wanted these different subjects, these different characters to go in this book. Didn't really know how to start, and so just sort of thinking about, like, what's the most essential scene or dialogue, and, you know, so I wrote that, and I started, like, thumbnailing it out, but that's not what ended up being the beginning. It's like, you have that thing, and then you think, like, what does the reader need to precede this for this to make sense, kind of. I don't know. Yeah, so like I basically probably never begin quite at the beginning.
That's awesome. Yes. Other answers to that question. Where do you begin? Is that a fair phrasing? If you have a long, complicated piece of reality, what's the start? Anders is clearly in favor of fragmentation as a composing force. You guys different or similar?
Well, mine was sequentially because it had to be, because they're just a bunch of interviews from the pandemic. So it was easier for me. So I started with the first one and I dated each one, you know, so people knew when they occurred and just went in that order.
Camilo, any thoughts to that question?
When I came with this project for the MFA, because I was part of it, I wanted to make it for the MFA, so I was like rushing it. And that time my mentor was Zach Sally, and I showed him like, okay, I have these cool interviews about like very important things, and he didn't have any context. So we kept like making layers and layers and layers of like how would it read, and it never had a script. So it was always like trying to make a bunch of stories make sense. So in the end, it had like 3 different layers. Like one of them was like this very meta thing of like me drawing myself through making the book, and the relationship between the stories that I had there and the history of Colombia, but also like my own personal history. So it became like something like that. So the beginning was like a couple sparks, and then I wanted to like make like a graphic script, like actual curves of like, well, how intense is this story compared with this one, or where should I place this other one? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I suppose that's a different kind of fragmentation. If you talk about, you know, I have an Anders case, you know, a person has all these sketchbook entries. One could also curate them as you do, but in regards to what I suppose you're talking about, dramatic tension, like moments of heightenedness, and making sure the drama isn't all piled up in one group of fragments. You kind of space it out. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but in the end, it was like it was being made day by day, because then the protests in Latin America started in 2019, and I wanted to include them. So yeah, it became something else.
Thank you. Thanks for your question. Appreciate it. Yes, right here. Thanks, Will.
I think like in regards to being like trying to depict like the like emotions truthfully, did you guys ever find it like difficult to difficult to depict your true emotions in comics or like events truthfully, and was that like so difficult to continue, and did you had to like learn how to perhaps like distance yourself from the like these things or like protect yourself to be able to continue working on it?
It's a great question. Thank you. Yeah, how do you depict your emotions truthfully, especially if you're dealing with grief, difficult family stories? Very pertinent.
yeah, so dealing with grief, you know, presents you with some pretty intense emotions. um, and creating the work, you know, it was probably sort of important that the work got started before I had an idea of doing anything with it. It was just me, you know, it was like just writing in a diary, but there were like sort of pictures or whatever. It's like I was just trying to, you know, my brain was sort of trying to figure this whole thing out. And for me, like doing it in a sketchbook was a way to try to like get the feelings down and like make sense of what I was dealing with. And then I think, you know, like, you know, putting the first version of the book together, I sort of just decided, like, this stuff is super intense, and that's just what it is. I'm not gonna, like, I'm just gonna let it be what it is, and it's intense, and, like, it's gonna be too much for some readers. That's fine, they don't have to read it. Probably, you know, a year after it came out, or a couple of years after it came out, I definitely felt like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. That's too much. That's too much for me. I'm one of the readers that can't handle this. And so, you know, this is one of two books that sort of dealt with my relationship with Cheryl and her illness and death. And both of them I basically let go out of print for a while for a variety of reasons, but that was one of them. It was just felt like, okay, I just exposed myself too much. I don't really want to, I don't want these two books following me around in the world. And then more time passed, and I was able to sort of achieve more distance. It's like, well, it's almost like this happened to somebody else now, you know? It's like I look back and I can just, you know, I can see myself, you know, walking through the pages of those journals, and like, it's like, yeah, it's just like, you know, I have sympathy for this guy. I'm glad he made this work. I definitely, you know, there are times where like I do go back there and I am that guy again. But yeah, time passes and like distance does accrue. So it felt like it's fine. These books can exist and have their life, and I can go on and like have my life in other places and other books.
Thanks so much, Anders. Our other two panelists, how do you guys deal with intense emotions? Is it through any tools at all, or do you sort of, in some sense, as we heard, you kind of let it out and kind of cope with the reality of it later?
Okay. Or if it's one thing is the emotions of others, and the other thing is like my own emotions that I can mock, right? I can put myself as that's a formula that I have. Like, if I need to mock someone, I put myself there, and that's a little bit of humor that I can put there. With the others, it is different. Like there's a page where I ask for, it's just me asking a union's leader for an interview, and he's like, art's useless for the movement. I'm not gonna give you any interview. What you're doing is nothing. Are you a lawyer? Are you a sociologist? Because
wants
if
to know
you're
your
just
angle.
an artist, I won't give you an interview. That's art's useless. And I put that. I drew him there. But in other cases, it's like when I interviewed one of my friends, he was like, an uncle of mine was kidnapped by the ELN. And what was his name? Camilo. And then I burst in laughter. And I put that in the book, and I look like an asshole there, but it's because it was a coincidence with my own name. So I did that, and I told him, like, hey, are you okay with this? And he was like, I don't know, yeah, sure. But yeah, it is different. Sometimes you can extract like very powerful feelings from others, like refugee that I found in here in Minneapolis, who told me his story. Like when he was escaping Colombia, he wanted to see the ocean, and that was like a very powerful story. And I was like, "Ooh, thank you very much. Are you okay with this?" And I made a little booklet before publishing the book for him. So
What did he say?
he liked it. Yeah.
That's cool. Nice when the reaction is positive.
Yes. Yeah.
People often like to see themselves in books. I do. I like it when people make books about it.
That's awesome. The allure of fame.
I had a friend of mine. Sorry, I'll be quick. A friend of mine who's in this book recently confided in me that he really was pleased to have himself depicted.
I hope that didn't come across to you as tacky. That
No, not at all. I completely relate. Absolutely.
That's good. That's awesome. I'm happy for your friend. He gets his 15 minutes. Julia, dealing with emotion, how do you do that in these pages?
I'm terrible with dealing with emotion in real life, so it's harder.
Can we fist bump? Is that okay to do that across the table?
Air fist
Right.
bump. I'm unfortunately a very emotional person, so sometimes distance is needed, especially when it's about yourself. It's why, for instance, the comic I'm doing now is from something that I experienced 10 years ago, and it's a lot easier because I think that Andres alluded to the fact that it could be like, you need it's like it happened to a different person and not me.
Right.
That's a little bit easier. I don't think that if I were to write something about even like a few years ago, something that happened to me, I could really deal with it emotionally in the same way, because I think some objectivity is needed, especially to compose a good story. So that's, I guess, how I deal with it. And when it's other people, like I was saying before, I get them to read what I have written beforehand, and that way they can tell me if it's too much, I guess. Yeah.
Very smart strategy. The composing process too, very nice in making an event that's personal feel distanced, because you're thinking in lines and shapes and thinking about things like paper and margins. All of that does tend to distance yourself from this material sometimes. How are we doing on time? I wanted to look very briefly, and I think we are at the limit here. I wanted to invite you to raise your hands for our panelists today. And thank you. This applause is also for yourselves, for your questions. Thank you guys so much for coming. Thank you to our wonderful artists here, and we will see you guys soon. Thanks.
I do have a few books if anybody is interested.
Say again, Julia?
Yeah, I have a few books. Mostly, I don't want to lug a bunch of books to Seattle, so if anybody wants one.
Yes, come down, come see her, buy
Okay.
books.
And Azeret has some books too from what.
Nice. Awesome. Come down, buy books, guys. Thanks for coming.
All right. Welcome everybody to Curation for Publication. Thanks Autoptic for asking me to moderate this panel. Let's start. We're going to go from my right to the left, and can everyone just introduce themselves and say, the project that they're working on that brought you to this panel?
My name is Sean Knickerbocker. I'm the editor of Rust Belt Review, which is a comics literary magazine that I publish. Has a bunch of serialized and short-formed comics from a variety of people in independent comics.
Justin Scarhus. I am the publisher of Micropress Entropy Editions. So this is our most recent release with Angela Franche. This is the first release we did about 2 years ago with Nicholas Nade. Yeah.
I'm Avi from Silver Sprocket. We're a radical indie comic publisher from San Francisco and a shop and a gallery that is all indie comic focused.
I'm Sally Madden. I'm friends with Katie.
I'm Katie Skelly. I'm a cartoonist, and I'm a co-host of Thick Lines podcast with Sally Madden.
Sally's selling herself short as a
I have other
great,
friends too.
as a great cartoonist as well. Well, thanks everybody for being here. I guess this panel is just about curating your publication, or in this case, I also where it's even wider than that, we're also discussing an anthology and a podcast. So we're curating beyond just publishing or changing. Even publishing doesn't just mean putting books out, but publishing a podcast or publishing an anthology or publishing books. There's all kinds of different ways of publishing, and I think it's cool that they're all represented here. And so I just wanted to start, and whoever feels like they want to start this question is just where did you feel like beginning, or like what brought you to beginning your publishing company or your anthology or your podcast, and like what did you feel like you were contributing to that like medium, or like what brought you to that? So
I'll begin. So Katie and I do a podcast where we just talk about comics. It started out as just a lot of text messaging that was kind of straining both of our data plans, I think. And there's so many wonderful comics out there that we both are really into, but it's hard if it's just that, just the two of us have read these things and you're wishing so much like, oh, I wish I could get more eyeballs on this. And it's fun being able to just kind of nudge people in a direction towards an artist they might have not seen before, just so that you can talk to other people about stuff that you love to see.
Yeah, we started in January of 2021. Sort of, got through the first year of the pandemic, and we're looking at another one. And yeah, I think one of the ways that I first related to you, Sally, was we were talking about Dan Clowes's Ghost World, and we were talking about Pete Baggs' Hate. And you drew this really definitive line in the sand, and you were like, all these people think that they're Enid from Ghost World, but they're actually all Lisa from Hate.
All of you.
Yeah. So if you're not familiar with Lisa, she has a lot of psychotic episodes in Hate. At one point, she lives in a wall, shaves her head, wears a burlap sack, and I just found that to be so much more relatable than the sort of gloss of Enid from Ghost World. Yeah. And it was nice to find somebody else who felt the same way. And so we launched the podcast, talking about these two books in comparison, and we've just been going strong ever since. So,
yeah, just want to hear from other people who are on day 2 of their cycle.
Sure.
Guess I'll go next. So Silver Sprocket started out being like a record label, not really in comics at all. But we were like very like community oriented and political. Like we would host Food Not Bombs and stuff like that. And bands are so annoying to work with. It's like you've got like 4 or 5 people who can't agree on anything, and you try to help them with a project, but they can't even agree with what they want you to do for them, and it was just so frustrating. But the people who were doing all of our like merch designs and album covers and concert posters were these incredible cartoonists who were of the same community and share the same values, and we're rad as hell and so much more pleasant to work with. So we shifted over to being a comics publisher instead of being a record label, and I'm so glad, and it's so much more fun. And now our jobs are to just be like fans of our favorite cartoonist and tell people what they're missing, and they thank us for it, and it's rad as hell. So yeah, it's good. That's the origin story.
For Entropy, I guess I would say, so I've worked in publishing for about like 15 years, but Entropy itself is about 2 years old. So I was part of 2 Cloud for about 8-9 years, and decided at a certain point it just wasn't really kind of where I wanted to be with publishing. It just got to a point where it was more about like a book market and kind of working with a distributor, which is great, and if that's your ambition, but like I really missed kind of the earlier days of working kind of at a smaller scale and more directly with artists, and just having a little bit more kind of control over the process end to end. So I think that's what drew me back to it. So I had taken a break for a couple of years, and I just really missed the act of working with artists and having those relationships and just advocating for artists. So it's kind of drew me back to it.
So I'm a really big fan of like short story comics. You know, like a good like 20-page comic is kind of like what I think is a little bit ideal. I felt like there wasn't a whole lot of venues for that sort of thing. So I just kind of wanted to provide a new space for people that were kind of like-minded and wanted to produce work like that, or at the very least have a place where they could regularly put out something serialized that's a larger project, while still being able to kind of contribute to the comics community. And I'm also like, I love putting together books and designing them and printing them, and I can only draw them so fast. So it's great to have like more work from other people to do that. So I started.
Great. So I know this panel advertised kind of like picking what stuff to publish. So I'll start, or I'll get a question for Silver Sprocket, Avi. You guys, it's been really amazing to watch you guys publish more and more work and getting your work into tons of different avenues. That's like one of the coolest things I think I see in publishing right now. But and I've really enjoyed talking about going from records to comics. I remember even buying those comic 7-inches you guys did years ago.
What?
The turnstile ones, yeah?
Yeah, those were sick as hell.
Yeah, I have a couple of them, and so it's funny to hear that you just are like, all right, and just giving up the 7-inch. But
those are terrible.
but so I was curious about, it seems like your publishing is growing a lot, and so yeah, how are you getting new artists, and how are you approaching submissions, or going to festivals and maybe seeing new people's work, stuff like that?
I mean, honestly, like we're kind of lazy as a publisher as far as that goes, where like it's more about almost most of the stuff that we publish is initially self-published by an artist, and then we find it and just think it's amazing, and it's like the feeling, it's like the Venn diagram of thinking this is sick as hell, I want to buy 10 copies for like very specific friends who I know will appreciate it, and also like not trusting any other publisher to do it right, and or even understanding what it is. So yeah, it's really just like, hey, this is amazing, and we have some resources that might be of benefit to it, so we'll offer and have a conversation about if we can be helpful to what's going on with it. And oftentimes we're not the right publisher for something, so we'll help make introductions elsewhere. But like, if it's a good fit, like it's just rad to just like provide a platform and try to like amplify a voice that's already existing.
This is an open question, and I have on this side of the table people making more books, and then people who are artists who have worked closely with publishers. So I was curious about this general question of like, where do you see the role of publishers in comics? Obviously, yesterday there's tons of self-published comics, and they're fantastic, and tons of people are putting out their own comics and don't necessarily, they're publishing themselves. And so I was curious, where do you find yourself, I guess what's just the role of publishers that you see, or like the healthiest role of a publisher?
I really hope publishers become obsolete in the very near future because like all forms of gatekeeping are bullshit. We stopped being a record label when Bandcamp got really good. So we weren't necessary, and that was amazing. But so it's more like this weird, I don't want to say like vanity project because it's like, I guess like being a curator is kind of being a gatekeeper, and I hate that element of it. But like, if you can like pool resources together and like have like the success of one artist benefit another artist and like triage that benefit, like that's like a pretty cool. I feel like a publisher at its best is like a resource to help like even out those resources.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like there's, even when I'm looking for folks to reach out to publish, like there's some people who like, honestly, you're going to benefit a lot more personally just from self-publishing that you don't really need a publisher. So I mean, I struggle with this too of like, what role do I play? I feel like it's just being part of like a smaller network of people just advocating for you, and like self-publishing, I think for some folks is definitely the way to go. They don't need a publisher. I think for me personally, it's just like, hey, I like what you're doing. I can try to compensate you financially up front. And, you know, if you like what I'm doing in my very specific aesthetic and you want to be part of what I'm doing, that's great. But definitely, I think, you know, it's not something that I think a lot of people need. So I just see myself as being part of a larger ecosystem of people who are either self-publishing or just kind of helping support people who maybe like, they might self-publish and they might publish them with me and they do some with someone else. Like, it's not about, I mean, I think it's unavoidable that you're making selections and choosing who not to reach out to, but yeah, I see it more as an advocate versus a gatekeeper, which is, I guess, unavoidable. But
So I think comics is in a really fortunate place when it comes to being kind of like a bookstore entity, but outside of that a little bit, because you know, with poetry and prose, it's very much, you know, frowned upon to do self-published material. There's a whole lot of gatekeeping, whereas in the comics world, you can it's totally legitimate to self-publish and put your own stuff out there. So I think that's like a really great strength of it. I do think that there are some pros and cons to working with a publisher, and I think that's kind of, you know, based on what the needs of an artist are and what the strengths of a publisher are. You know, like some people are really bad at promoting themselves or aren't interested in doing that, and the same goes for some publishers. And I think it's just about trying to find that match and like hopefully trusting that publisher to understand like what they can provide that artist, and like not taking them, you know, taking advantage of the artist for that. But yeah, I agree with Avi. Like, I think as, you know, as things get a little more sophisticated in terms of like how online commerce works and how open printing is and how accessible all of that is, I think it's going to become easier and easier for artists to publish themselves and not have to dedicate a huge part of their life to all the little intricacies of the process.
Sally and Katie, you guys both have worked with many publishers, and Katie, you're currently self-publishing. Sally's self-publishing, but you're currently publishing your serial Heaven. You know, and I know you've worked with publishers before, but this one you are doing yourself. That's correct, yeah. And so if you want to talk about that decision and like the experiences you guys have had working with publishers.
Sure. Well, I think in the best case scenario, the publisher is really providing context for the work that you otherwise maybe wouldn't have found as sort of a general audience member. And our hope with Thick Lines is to kind of continue to elaborate on that context and expand it. But in terms of self-publishing, you know, I started self-publishing, did the show yesterday, which was fantastic. And someone came to my table right at the beginning of the day with 2 zines I'd done from like 2005. And I was so shocked that they were still out in the world and that someone had kept them. I don't even have copies of these, you know? So I think in a way we are all kind of our own curators, you know, in our homes with our own collections, and we're continuing to kind of build on the context of comics ourselves. And I'm with you, Avi. I think a world without publishers would be really fantastic. And I think not you. You have to stay though. That's the only one.
I don't want to.
Just you.
We need the full releases you're working on.
I saw the catalog. It looks so good. But yeah, I like to think that, you know, the least amount of hands on a project is always kind of the best. because then you're really getting that sort of pure vision from the artist. And if they are someone who's like, look, I don't care about book design, I don't care about adding essays or having an epilogue or anything like that, then that's true to their vision and that's how it should stay. I've been very fortunate to have worked with smaller publishers. Right now I'm working with Fantagraphics, and they'll be putting out The Collected Heaven next year. But I'm always going to keep self-publishing as part of my process, you know, putting out issues, just because it gives me so much joy. And the person that brought me my zines to sign, you know, from 15 years ago, 17 years ago, I bought her zines, and I was like, well, you know, I'll come find you in 15 years, and then I'll have you sign these. So I just think that it builds community in this way. That's really cool, and it's really unlike anything else out there. You know, the only problem you really run into is distribution. You know, if you really want to get your work out there and you're self-publishing, you have to contend with sort of the monopoly of Diamond, and then, you know, you have to start building personal relationships with stores if that's something that you're interested in. So it can be a huge process, but it's always been worthwhile in my experience.
I exclusively self-publish. That's a mutual interest with myself and publishers that I should just keep doing that. Just by a show of hands, also, thank you so much for showing up. This is a good audience. Just who in the audience, anyone ever self-publish any work? Who's here? Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I see you there. People who didn't raise their hands, I would love to talk to you after the show. Look, I know why the five of us are all in the business for money. Because, you know, that's the quickest way to get rich is working in the comic industry. But that does not keep you warm at night. What you said about, you know, looking for work that you want to bring to a bigger audience, like, it can be really hard to build relationships with stores. And ideally, that's what we're trying to do too, is just to get like eyeballs on a page, because sometimes there's a great zine out there and you're like, this is so fabulous. There's no way I'm the only person who knows about this, because it's like the most incredible thing I've ever seen. Trying to connect with someone else about it who hasn't gotten a chance to look at it. You didn't get to buy your 10 copies all the time. And like, you know, what's a bigger point of human connection than like sharing some work that you love? And I love hearing the idea from you that, you know, yes, it would be great if there were no publishers, but if we're going to have them, having, you know, close the door to where your giant Scrooge McDuck pool of money is. And at the end of the day, what's important is trying to show that work to other people. Like, I love that attitude, and I'm really happy to hear it from you. Keep self-publishing, everyone, please. Bring us your zines.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I'm a big proponent of self-publishing, and it's interesting because of how, I'm scared to say the word easy, but with the because, you know, we all know that the way of you know, with the internet and social media, there's pros and cons. I'm sure we could talk about that all day, but it is interesting that people are getting out there and having an easier way to publish themselves, and easier people to reach audiences. Not saying it's perfect or anything, but back to, I'm sure, and I know that's affecting publishers as well. So I'll start with Rust Belt. I wanted to ask you just about you know, your first issue. It felt like, from my perspective, it was like a collection of friends or people that you had built a community with. But now I'm impressed that you've gone, you know, it's coming out every, 4 or 5 months or so. And so I was interested in, you know, how are you gaining new artists? And, you know, when you're getting submissions, like, you know, how are you dealing with that kind of interaction? Or are you getting good submissions, or is like, what are you looking for?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so at first I did just kind of like reach out to friends, because like I think, I mean, I just didn't want to like cold bother people, you know, like it's really tough to be like, hey, do some work for free. You don't really know me, you know, hey, you know, this thing could work out, could not, you know. So I just wanted to reach out to people that like trusted that I knew what I was doing, and I trusted that they would make something interesting. But I, you know, really quickly, I really want to yeah, as the model started to work, as I was able to demonstrate that, I want to add more people to it. So I've invited people to submit, pitches via email. I tell people to send me like 2 or 3 sentences and like a link to their work, and how, or at least a link to something that can kind of show me what the finished product would look like, instead of having them dedicate all this time to make something to have me say, nah, pass. So that's kind of the system I've been using to kind of take in submissions, and it is a little bit of a mixed bag in terms of things you get. Mostly, if I get something that's not going to be in Rust Belt Review, it's usually just like because I don't think it's a really good fit for what I'm doing. Like I said earlier, I think taking this role and publishing that I'm kind of doing as an editor, I want to be sure that I'm able to offer that contributor like something more than what they can do on their own. So like if someone's doing like some sort of like genre horror action comic or something, it's like I don't know if I could really help them. So like even if it's like really good work and it's really impressive, it's just like I don't think it would be a fruitful relationship. So there's a little bit of that, and I would say to any artists that are looking to submit something to a publisher, like just do a little bit of homework. Like see if they're publishing stuff that's similar to what you're working on, and also see if like that publisher is able to offer you something that you can't do yourself.
That's great. If with Thick Lines, I was curious. You guys have quite a few episodes now, and there's a real. One of my favorite parts of the show is just the diversity of the comics you have chosen, and it feels different from. It feels like you guys could do a superhero comic, and I would probably love that episode because you guys have just a unique perspective. Coming from indie comics, I would be interested in just knowing your guys' work. I would be interested in your opinion on just about any comic. So how are you guys deciding which comics you're to shine lights on, or ones that you just are having a lot of fun discussing? Or
Our most recent episode is on Conan the Barbarian, by the way, if anyone's interested. Katie and I think we both have a bit of a feel for what each other gravitates towards. And, when you have the relationship that we do, that it's safe to try to push each other a little bit. And I know that we both, I try to have Katie, spiral out a little bit, reading some autobio stuff that I know that she otherwise might not have checked out. Or like, comics like Archie that, an older generation I know is really into that I know you haven't seen. And I know that you're pretty unflappable, and you've had me read a lot of the most disgusting filth I've ever seen in my life. And it's, yeah, it's shortened my lifespan a little bit, but I think that we're constantly trying to like push each other a bit. And it's really great that we have put out enough episodes that people listening and writing in who aren't thinking about that at all. They're just thinking about, oh, I love this. And the audience is diverse enough that it's a lot of books that we absolutely never would have chosen, not in 100 million years. And also things that we both assumed were terrible that we ended up loving. Like, it's just, the first few episodes, I feel like we stuck to things that we knew were pretty safe. Like the first 3 episodes are things that we both like. We read Ghost World, we read by Dan Clowes, Hate by Peter Bagg, and The Chuckling What's It by Richard Sala, which are like, those 3 books are like super in our wheelhouse. And then we kind of ran out of things that fit in that category, the circle, the overlapping circle, the Venn diagram ended there. So we've just like, had a push-pull that has been really enjoyable.
I think the common interest that we have is we like to see comics that take big risks that don't necessarily always pay off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Just
it's okay.
Things,
it's okay.
Things that have really big ideas and that just take big swings. For example, we did a 3-episode run on all of the Drifting Classroom comics by Kazuo Umez.
Anyone read those? Yeah?
They're so scary.
Yeah.
They're very scary and they're very intense. And we've read more Umezo since, and we have more coming up. But just getting through 2,100 pages of like gore and disappearing children, an entire school vanishes, and now there's like eldritch horror coming out of the walls, and there are bug monsters, and you have to pretend to be a chair to get away from them. So once we kind of got through all of that, it just felt like, well, anything is possible. We can read like a Bible about child torture, and we ended up being just fine. So I would say now for me, my sort of bent is like, I just really want to talk about all artists in the same way that we talk about like Dan Clowes and Pete Bagg and Richard Sala and sort of these um, like post-underground artists, in the way that we have a lot of reverence for them, and they get a lot of credit for things that have changed the way that we do comics. But there are a lot of other artists who are working at that time, or who have been working since, that do things similarly and or better in some regards. Particularly, looking at comics by women, comics by queer artists, sort of comics that are outside the normal canon that we think of, and just really trying to take them, as seriously and give them their due in the same way that these other comics have been given their due for a very long time. So I think that's kind of the direction that the show is going in now, but it's also not necessarily something that we try to hit you over the head with. My idea of sort of progress in art is just to start seeing things differently, like start to see representation, see work differently, rather than having to necessarily get on a soapbox and talk about it that way. It's just kind of fitting things in to the way that you would talk about the canon, I think, does canonize those things.
Great. Yeah. Well, I love just having, listening to the Orashi episode and just being like, man, this deserves 90 minutes from tons of podcasts, not just this one. And so it's really refreshing to hear, see that stuff covered. I'm excited to see what comes next. Going along with shining lights on things with Entropy, I wanted to ask you, I wanted to hear one more about, you're going back to being a DIY printer, and like that interest and like, the tactile feeling of whatever, actually printing your books and being more involved with the printing, but also the fact that, all your comics so far have a pretty unique graphic design feel, but the content is totally different. It's not like you're looking for just one style of alternative comics. But I was curious about, what kind of stuff do you see actually linking, the thesis of entropy comics so far, and what kind of connections you see between these artists that you've gotten to publish and work with so far?
Yeah, I feel like I'm definitely kind of approaching it from a matter of, I think, so usually when I'm reaching out, I'm splitting between like artists that aren't North America that might be a little more difficult to get their work here, whether it's just like prohibitive just to like have their work like just shipped over, or they just don't sell outside of their country. So I think that's part of it for some of the artists I work with, is just, again, like making their work more readily available to folks in like the United States or North America in general. In terms of like a unifying thread, honestly, like I think it's some of these people are pretty active, and like they're definitely not necessarily people who necessarily need a publisher. So like, Liva Kamindivicha, like they publish frequently. Nicholas Ade, he's fairly active. But then there's some folks like Daniel Chanette or Dean Zdarsky who don't publish like as often, and it's not that they wouldn't publish otherwise, but I think for some people, I think having someone reach out just kind of gives them an excuse to work on something. So in terms of like a unifying theme though, it's honestly just like work that I like. It's not so much that there's like a thesis beyond like, yes, like the presentation is very specific. Like I'm designing all the covers, it's a uniform like, dimensions, 5x7, single color. So it's more just about like, hey, here's this project I've been working on for the past couple of years. Here's how I'm presenting this work. And are you interested in working with me on it? But beyond that, there's not like a necessarily like a thematic thread between all of it. I think most people say it's like, oh, it's experimental work, and some of it I would definitely say is, but some of it I think is pretty accessible too. So it's more just about honestly work I like, and I'm not gonna try to put more pretense on it than that.
This is a question for everyone, but I know I was asking about you printing the comics yourself, and Sean, I know you work at a printing, what do you call it, a printing house? I don't know, printer?
Print shop.
A print shop, and that's where Rust Belt Review is printed, and I know Avi has done some amazing print stuff, and I'm always impressed. You know, I got that new book that had a lock and key on it, which was a lot of fun. But you're also, you know, you're not just working in a certain style of book. You're doing zines and you're doing all kinds of stuff, and then you guys have self-published and done stuff. So I was kind of curious about if anyone had any thoughts on just like, you know, being involved with the tactile piece of the book, and you know how that relates to your curation, or the, you know, what kind of stuff you're trying to go for. I mean, obviously Rust Belt, you have a style, and anyways, if you guys have any thoughts on, you know, being involved in the printing process.
Yeah. Yeah. So as you mentioned, I work at a print shop, and you know that is my background. Is you know, I've spent a lot of time as a press operator and doing pre-flight and being really involved in that entire process. So like I'm a really big print nerd, and when I was thinking about putting together Rust Belt Review, there were like a few parameters I wanted to meet to make this work and be sustainable, but also I wanted the design and the look to be a little bit invisible, because I wanted it to be kind of this thing that could morph into a different feeling every book as like the contributors shifted. So I decided on like a uniform size. I decided on a size and template that was like, that could be adapted to be shrunk or enlarged depending on if the artist wanted to like reprint their material somewhere else. So I wanted to make sure the size was like fairly, that you could shrink down to a digest size, it would work, or some other size. So I was considering a lot of that stuff. I just wanted the book to feel nice in your hands, but beyond that, I didn't want anyone to like notice any particular features with this book. So that's the goal with this, is to try and be as like blank slate as possible, but still feel nice to hold.
Yeah, most of what we publish is, or not most, but a lot of it is free on the internet already. And I think part of our job as publisher is also to curate the presentation of the book to make it like something that's really worth owning and that's like really fun to own and like a good experience to read and like exciting to have on your bookshelf. And I kind of feel like in the year of our Lord 2022, like nobody wants to take a risk on something. Like, I don't know, it'd be great if people would just look at the back of the book and see we publish it and be like, oh, fuck yeah, I need to get this. But like, there's a lot of noise going on, so I forgot the question.
Just being involved in the printing process, but
Yeah,
I like
we
what
just
you
wanna
I like
make
what you
shit.
say about, you know, that's something about cool about entropy is like you just say, oh, I like this last one, it looks similar, I'll try this one. And Silver Sprocket has, you know, I think a similar vibe. You know, there's tons of books in your thing that for fans of this book, you will like this book. And I think that's like super obvious in the ethos, which is cool.
I mean, I think we try not to publish books that suck, but
It's a good place to start.
But the production is so important. It doesn't cost that much more to make it really exciting and fun. Like you could, like I just don't want to print frivolous garbage that it's like, oh, here, recycle this for me. Like I just want to make shit that's like rad, that you're like excited that to touch it and look at it, and yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a little bit like, you know, the expression, you know, really good restaurant service elevates the food. Like if the food's mediocre, but your server's fantastic, then you have a wonderful time. Like you could be eating a bowl of shoelaces if you're in good company. But if the food is excellent and your service and company is terrible, it's all terrible. It doesn't matter what the food's like. And I feel like this is, you know, we've probably a lot of us have seen a book that had really high quality printing, but the actual content didn't necessarily turn you on. I don't know if we've all had that experience, but I would bet that everyone here, certainly everyone behind this table, has had the experience of just like really shitty paper, black and white, and a staple, and you're falling in love for the first time. I love seeing a fantastic print job. I love reading a book and feeling a book where someone actually took the care, making sure like the tooth of the paper was what you wanted to feel. But if you have time for that, that's great. But also, if you have time to work on a story that you really believe in, even if you maybe know you're making bad decisions, but you just can't stop yourself, that's at the end of the day more important. Like, everyone who's behind this table will still be able to see that work as valuable, even if, the staple's like a little off center,
And Sally, you have some pretty ambitious zines that you've put out recently.
They're very small, thank you.
but it's a series of how many?
How many days are in May? 30? 31? I don't know. Whatever number of days there is in May that's the number of them.
31. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then you bundle them all in one when you
Mhm.
sell them, or you can.
Yeah.
So it's like putting a book together, and then they all have like a slit through the center, so they open up in this like cool accordion way. So I mean, I feel like seeing things like that is so much more rare now. I feel like self-publishing has kind of been like democratized with the ability to print on demand, and get color copies for cheap. When I got started, there were no color copies anywhere because it was so expensive, and we would all go into Staples and
My prints are from Staples, just letting you know. Those zines were all made at Staples.
but back in the day, you'd go to Staples and like you would just lie and tell them how many copies you'd made.
The best, scamming those machines.
That
Oh
was
my
the
God.
best. That was the best. So I think any kind of like ambition or audacity that you put into the product just benefits it so much. And I feel like especially now it helps it stand out so much more. So getting to know Julia Graffair did a zine. I can't remember the name of it. It's just about making zines as $1. And it stresses the importance of making physical media, especially now, because, the digital outlets that we rely on, they can be taken away from us at any time. So actually making a physical product and having it in the world has a lot of value now. So again, self-publishers keep doing it and make more little guys. They're so cool.
Yeah, it's easy. Guys, there's too much access to risograph printers. Like, you can just Xerox them. It's okay.
Yeah, I think adding on to that a little bit, like, as I think everybody on the panelists said, the cost of printing full color and just the availability of producing really beautiful kind of self-published work it's pretty accessible. So like a lot of what I'm doing is I think kind of deliberately kind of simple, just in the sense of I think trying to tap into that experience that was kind of cited of just getting just a self-publish or something that's just very simple, basic black and white Xerox copy. Like obviously, like some of this is like a spot color, single color, so like there's a little bit of like decision being made there. But I think for me, when I pick up something that has a high like level of production, like sometimes that kind of for me gets in the way of experiencing the story itself. So that's a little bit of why I try to shy away from that, even if the actual cost isn't that drastically different in some respects. Like that's kind of the appeal for me in doing that.
Yeah, I was about to ask, it would come full circle and back to your, we talked yesterday a little bit about the importance of just a lo-fi zine and kind of bringing it back to, the zines that you find now, collector's items of just that classic Xerox. And yeah, I really like both. I think they both have a time and place. So we're getting close to the end. I guess we'll wrap up with kind of going back to just what this panel was advertised about, which is curation for publication. So, if someone in the audience or someone online was, submitting to a publisher or wanted to get involved in publishing themselves or having someone publish them, what kind of advice would you think would be, something that you learned along your paths?
I feel like the most direct idea is the one that wins. Well, a lot of times when I've pitched like the shorter idea, like less thought of idea is always the one that they're the most interested in. Just any sort of like direct communication, I think, is good. I'm not sure how to explain that better, but I think in the way that we talk about books on thick lines that, you know, took really big swings and sometimes they're misses, I think those stand out in the mind and in the memory a bit more. So just like the more audacious the project, but with the less thought behind it is the best. Just be stupid, I feel like is what I'm trying to say. Just be
Dare
as
to be
stupid as
stupid.
possible.
Yeah, if you know, I will not be publishing anything from anyone, but if you know, Katie and I both have had people write to us and say, hey, can I just send you my zine? And we're not going to publish it, but we now, like Coco Palak reached out to both of us and said, hey, can I just like give you this zine I did for free? And now we both actively buy her stuff because we have to see more of it. And like, yeah, you know, when there's someone whose work you love or an artist you really admire and you give them the zine you made, like it might just end up in the bin, but like every once in a while it doesn't. So like it doesn't, you know, it always hurts to ask, hey, can I give this to you? But like a lot of stuff in life hurts. So like it's okay to just, you know, if there's someone who you admire, who you know could help at all give you a leg up, or at least that you just would love to have their eyeballs on your paper, like it's okay to just give it to them. Like if they're a dick about it, like that's not on you, you know?
Yeah. You always feel stupid till they say yes.
Yeah. And even then, still,
No,
it always
I know.
feels bad. It doesn't feel good that no one's asking, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Other stuff feels good. Just do that too.
I would just stress, like, don't wait for validation or acceptance. Just kind of go, just fucking do it anyway. Nothing will make a publisher or any collaborator more thirsty to work with you than them seeing that you don't need them. And if they see that you're like doing good and people are paying attention and like you're already on your trajectory, they want to like hitch on for an easy ride. So like make them earn the privilege of hitching on to your ride. Like don't go begging because you honestly don't need them. But work together if it's fun and like they have something to offer.
Yeah, I would definitely second that. Like, I almost always, when I'm reaching out to someone, it's someone who's already clearly capable of producing work without me, and I'm just like, again, here, like, hey, I like what you're doing. I just want to be just another like kind of notch kind of in your belt of work that you're putting out, and not necessarily like, oh, now you're validated because I reached out to you to publish you. So I think very much like, and I think just also adding on to that of just if you're choosing to publish, just basic relationship kind of qualities of like being very kind of timely in communicating and open and honest with them, and if something, and also I think also being like patient and encouraging. Like I've had various artists I work with that took longer than they expected to, or like I feel like a lot of times in my experience publishing, the last like 10% of something takes like 3 times as long as the rest of the work, and like I think just knowing that and kind of being patient with artists and just continuing to be encouraging, I think is really huge. So, yeah.
I found, I built a relationship with my publisher, Secret Acres, by just producing a mini comic and kind of having, building rapport over the years, just kind of sending them work as I produced it and building a relationship that way. But again, like I had said earlier, just, when you're looking at a publisher, just try and see if they are publishing stuff that's kind of similar to yours, and that could be like a good starting point for building those relationships.
Cool. Getting close to 6 now. Like there's another panel, so we could go all night.
Let's go all night.
But does any questions from the audience? If we probably have time for a couple or so, if anyone has any for any of our panelists. Lane, microphone coming.
Hello, thank you for an awesome panel. I do self-publishing with other people, and sometimes people will be like, you do my thing, you that thing, and the thing I've realized that's really hard is sometimes like I do have to be a little gatekeepy and say, whether for budget or for like personal reasons or for my own time, like, no, I'm sorry, it's not right or it's not the right time. So based on that, I want to know like, what is the hardest part about doing the curation that you do that you didn't expect to have to do?
Saying no to people definitely sucks. It feels shitty, and there's so many reasons to say no to something. I got it tattooed because I'm really bad at saying no, and I want to remind myself that it's an option.
Is it working?
No. I mean, not with publishing. I think that I've been pretty blessed. That's not the right word. Lucky to just publish amazing things. But I mean, in my personal life, no.
I saw it yesterday and I thought it said on.
It's on.
Okay. Is it gatekeeping? Like sometimes you just can't, if you can't afford to do it, like you just can't.
But there's. Yeah, it's
Oh,
kind
and you're
of.
saying this to all of us now. That's so interesting. Oh, that's
But
this
like-
is being broadcast. You know that, right? Okay.
But it's not just money though. It's affording your time, your energy, like how many spoons you have in a day. Like we literally don't have the paper to publish everything that we want to, let alone all the things we don't want to. So. I heard you hate comics.
I think if it is a no, it's trying to share your knowledge and resources as much as possible. If for some reason, like, that's what they're looking for in a publisher. So if there's things you've learned as a publisher, like connecting them, like, hey, this is a printer I work with that's really awesome and like, you know, produces great work, or like, here's someone else you should go talk to. Like, trying to find a way, even if it is a no, just pure to like, just like money or time, that like, you're still giving them a next step if you can. I think that's going to be hard for me. And then another thing that's hard is just, I think maybe the longer you're in publishing, sometimes you get maybe, for some publishers, it kind of, I guess it can be a good or ill of like, your identity can be constraining sometimes. If you want to publish something, maybe it's like outside of what you would normally do. And I guess maybe that's just all self-imposed, but I think that's something that, you know, I've thought about, like, hey, like, like the further along I go with this, like, will it be like, okay, this isn't like an entropy book. What does that even mean? So,
aside from saying no, I think asking for a revision has kind of been a tough thing. I feel bad doing that because it's like there's so little money in this industry, and asking someone to do extra work on top of what they've already done is tricky. So that's been a tough one for me.
That was something I was gonna. Sorry, is, you know, I think that's something that a publisher can bring to an artist, is actually someone who can to help make your work stronger. You know, sometimes I think you can tell when the publisher is just like, we'll print it, and then sometimes you can really tell that they proofread everything, or they were like, hey, this panel doesn't make it. This panel is not clear. Could you try and, you know, I'm just letting you know as a reader. I mean, you know, and so I think that's like another amazing thing that publishers can do, is be that first wave before. So.
Yeah, we try to, you know, we can't cover everything that gets sent into the show, and we've been lucky that, you know, we've started forming relationships with publishers, and we've been able to get access to books and get access to artists, you know, that we'd like to interview. And the people that do send us zines, you know, we're not able to cover everything, but we do also, we have a Discord server where, you know, people share their work, and where people can meet other fellow creators and people who think like them and people who do work like them. And so in a way, it's still providing something for a community that isn't necessarily monetary, you know? So our hope is that, you know, we kind of keep everybody working on their own stuff, even if we aren't necessarily the ones who are going to cover it. Because who knows, eventually we might be, you know, 5-10 years down the road, who knows?
Anyone else? Maybe one more question right here.
I think, like, especially like for the people who, a lot of people came here like with this question on their mind of like how to get work in front of publishers, because like it's nice and all, like the sentiment that like it should be like a notch on your belt on like while you're skyrocketing to fame and fortune, but it's also like there's this like frustrating paradox where you have to kind of have like you have to be, people want to like be published so that their work can be out there, but their work already has to be out there to be published, if that makes sense. So if there's just any way that you think like where do you find people, how do you think people can get their work out there and out in front of people and publishers?
Publishers are actively looking for artists to publish. Publishers need new artists. It's really just make the coolest comic you can make, get your friends excited about them, just doing it. There's like a totally different panel to be had about how to pitch to publishers, and I also, just to be clear, I do agree that publishers have value. We've got editors, we've got production designers, we can figure out how to make your art print the best it could possibly print. We have relationships already established with media entities, with retailers. I get that publishers are important. I'm pissed off about it, but I get it. But that being said, though, publishers are looking for you. It can be frustrating that you've been honing your craft for years and years, and it can feel like it's really slow. It feels that way until it speeds up all of a sudden. When you have something, you just got to give people something they can say yes to. Make the thing that's rad. Just always do it for yourself, do it for fun. But if you're having fun, that excitement is contagious, and people will be stoked on it. And people are paying attention.
Yeah, I totally empathize with it. Is a bit of a paradox, catch-22 of you want to be published, but yet to be published, you need to be publishing. But I think I would kind of echo that of, even if it's something that's very modest in scale or reach, I think just sticking with it and just, again, just showing that you're not necessarily doing this just to get the attention of publishers. You would be doing it regardless. I honestly don't publish for financial gain. I'm essentially selling these at cost for what I pay the artist plus printing, and that's it. It's really just about hey, I want to push these comics to you as cheaply as possible. Just to have you learn about them, and ideally you go buy their work that they're self-publishing independently of me. So but yeah, it's there's not, I don't think, a perfect answer to it. It was kind of, but I totally get it. It's yeah, you kind of have to just do the work to get it noticed.
Yeah, again, it's great to be working in an industry where self-publishing is not at all looked down upon. So I think self-publishing is just the route to start. And if you can present something to a publisher that is pretty close to what the finished thing would look like if they were to publish it, that's just an easy avenue. It's easy for the publisher to see oh, I see what I can do with this. We can make it a book and do this sort of thing. So I would just say self-publish your books and get them out there. And if you're at a show and there's a publisher you like, maybe drop by and see if they would like to have a copy, or you could maybe even find their address and see if they do submissions. But I do think self-publishing is such a powerful tool, and it's a great place to start.
Cool. Well, I think that wraps us about up just a little after 6. Thanks so much to everyone for coming, and thanks to our wonderful panel. Autoptic is officially over.